Hello. Hello, friends. Hello. Just waiting for the YouTubes. I don't know. You may be able to see me. I can't see you yet. Well, I can see you guys in the chat, but I can't quite see you yet. Deborah, happy early birthday. I better wait. Hold tight. Okay, I think we're here. Yes, we are. Hello, friends. Hi. Happy Saturday. Ooh, get that out of the way. Happy Saturday. Welcome. How are we today? Lots of good things happening in the chat, so we'll talk about those in a second. Welcome. Happy Saturday. If you are new here, welcome to you. And if you've been here with me a day, a week, a month, a year, 4 years, however long, welcome to you as well. My name is Layle, and on Saturdays when I'm not traveling, we're here on my YouTube channel, and we do what I like to call creative listing. So a couple days before, I provide a couple of listing topics, and then on Saturday, I take those topics and take lots of product and just play. So we're stamping, we're using pattern paper, we're using washi tape and die cuts and loads of things. But we have fun and we chat. I talk at you and you guys comment in the live chat. But we laugh and we make mistakes. We talk about what happened and how we can fix it next time, or how we just roll with it and so forth. So you'll find loads and loads of links in the description box of the video below. The biggest one though would be my website, which is laylebymail.com. There is a link that shows you what I'm using for this particular session. So as long as you're looking at that within the week or so of the video taking place, this video is live on Saturday, March 16th, 2024. So within that week, you'll see underneath that link the products I'm using. And then that link changes every week, so kind of coordinates with the current time on the calendar, not necessarily what you're watching or when you're watching. So anyhow, welcome. Very happy to have you here. It's a beautiful day out. Oh my goodness. So I live in northern Utah. We live in a suburb of Salt Lake City. And as I look out the window, it is like blue sky. There is not a cloud in the sky. We had a little bit of snow this week, so the mountains are snow-capped, and it just looks lovely. So wherever you are, I hope you're having lovely weather. My friends in Canada, my friends in Colorado, I hope you are digging out. My dear friend Kathy lives at a suburb of Denver, and I was texting with her this week, and she said they got 2.5 feet of snow in her house. So somehow in Utah we missed that. We got about 3 or 4 inches, but oh my goodness, I think Colorado is getting it for everyone. So anyhow, let's check out the chat before we get going. If you are new or haven't participated before, there is a live chat that takes place as I am here and as I'm working. So if you'd like to pop in and say hello, that would be awesome. But that's how I can interact with you guys. So we'll just take a quick sec and look at the chat and see who's here. Hi, Kathy from beautiful. She had a beautiful day in Southern California. Carla, hello in sunny Arkansas. I know we're kind of getting into that time of year, right? Maybe spring where you are. Across the street at our house, it's spring because I can see their daffodils are blooming. Now we have a north-facing house, which means we still have snow on our lawn. So across the street, no snow, daffodils, and the street's not huge. It's like your standard-sized street, even a little smaller. And then in our yard, all snow. So let's see, and I'm just looking out the window there. Hi, Wanda and Elizabeth, good morning. Nick from the other room. Hi, Crafty Karen. Deborah, good morning. Deborah, happy early birthday. Deborah had mentioned it is her birthday tomorrow, so happy early birthday. I hope you have a wonderful day. Jill, good morning. JK, Sandy, Grace, Ms. L, Gerda, good morning, good morning. Gerda's ready to have some fun. Tammy said, good morning, love your color, say Layle. Well, tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day, so gotta be sporting the green, right? Gotta be sporting the green today. Hi, Jill, Tammy, Cassie. Hello, Cassie. Nice to see you. Let's see. JK said on Saturdays we list, or we list while we watch people, or while we chat. Which brings up a good point. So when we're together on Saturdays, I am listing, but not everyone here is listing. Some of you are listing with me. Some of you are just watching and you'll be listing later. Some of you are working on a different crafty project. Some of you are cleaning the house or cleaning up your craft space. Some of you are working or driving. Although I would say, hopefully you're the passenger, not the driver, right? But whatever you're doing, welcome. You can hang out with me and list, or sometimes we just hang out, right? And have fun. Kristen says, happy listing day. Julie, top of the morning from sunny California. Top of the morning. That's a little reference to the Irish, right? I believe. Yo, Mama Dog. Hello, Carolyn. Nice to see you. Let's see. Carla said, green is your color. Looks wonderful on you. Thank you. I like this green. I like this like really bright green. Paper craft possibilities. Susan Sutherland. Happy Saturday. That's a long one. Pam, good morning. Good morning. She said it's been a minute since she watched live. Well, welcome, Pam. Nice to have you live. Hello, Kelly. And then another Pam K. We've got two Pam. No, same Pam. Yeah. I know we always have multiple Pams, but that's the same Pam. Burlington, Ontario. Hey, Pam. My friend Vicky used to live in Burlington. I've been to Burlington. Diane, good morning. Good morning. Kimberly, Central Illinois. Pam, there's a Pam S, not a Pam K. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, it's a beautiful day to list. Always a beautiful day to list, right? Marilee, good morning. Hi, Marilee. I wish I was there. I wish I was there with you at Lizzie's. I was thinking the other day, I usually do something there, like just go play at something there in January. And I'm like, oh, I need to do another one of those plays. So I got to see if I can get on some list. Let's see. Good morning, Cindy. Dandy, good morning. Mindy, hello, hello. All right. Hey, Deborah just let us know something. She said, if you have a Krispy Kreme in your area, free donut tomorrow, which will be Sunday, March 17th, 2024, if you wear green. So if you like donuts and you wear green and you're in a car tomorrow, stop by Krispy Kreme if you have one in your area, get a free donut. Hello, Anissa and Robin and Carrie from Finally Sunny, Montana. Okay, friends, so we are going to get started listing in just a minute, but there's a couple housekeeping items we need to speak about. Next week is a really, really, really big week for me and for some of us, right? Next week, March 21st, which is Thursday. Thursday, March 21st, 2024 is the 4-year anniversary of these. 4-year anniversary of when, okay. It's the 4-year anniversary from when we started doing these. And that was the very beginning of the pandemic. And it was super scary time for everyone. And these, our little Saturday sessions here started very organically out of that. And it has been 4 years. And it is just blows my mind to think that it's been 4 years. So loads and loads and loads of fun things happening next week. 22nd, festivities will start out on the 22nd. I'm going to keep saying the year because people will watch these all the time. March 22nd, 2024, the festivities kick off at 8 a.m. Pacific time. And that will be a live. I'll do a live here on my YouTube channel, and I will be sharing with you lots of brand new Layle by Mail products. The new idea book, volume 2, the March release of stamp sets, and then 5, I think. 5 other brand new Layle by Mail products that you've never seen before, which super excited about. So I'll do a live on that Friday morning. And then if you don't make it, that's okay, because you'll be able to watch. But that's where I'll take a deep dive into kind of all those products. And then Saturday, the 23rd, the next day, we'll do an all-day live listing session. So that will be broken up into 2 segments. We'll do a morning session and then break, and then an afternoon session. And they're totally different, right? But I need an hour break in there because it'll probably be about nine hours or so of listing and fun, having fun and learning and all different kinds of things. Lots of giveaways and celebrating. And then all those festivities will continue through Sunday evening, the 24th. Okay? So lots of fun things happening. Just know if you can't make any of that, obviously it's recorded. Not recorded, it's all live. But once it has taken place, then you can always watch the replay at any time. But lots of fun things headed your way. What else? I think that's all right now for the housekeeping, because that's a lot. There's a lot of logistics that have been happening and will continue to be happening all of next week in order to be ready for that. So anyhow, hope you join me for that. Either all of it or part of it, or drop in and out. It's like a big open house, but I would love to have you. And it's just here. Let's see. I know Pam said it's been 4 years. You saved our sanity. I think I saved my sanity too, Pam. I think that's why it gets a little emotional, just because that was such a, I mean, yeah, such an odd time in our world, in our lives. Hopefully we will never have anything like that happen again. But still, lots of emotion with that, right? Lots of emotion. Deborah said, whoop, whoop, new idea book. Tammy said, it's okay, Layle, we made it through and came out better on the other side. Yes, so there'll probably be some tears next week. And if you know me, I'm not a crier. So, although last time we were together, I got a little teary too, talking about the time capsule, which is very unusual because I'm just not a crier. Good or bad, but not a crier. Let's see. Good morning, Diane and Beverly. Wanda said, oh my goodness. Wanda said, you changed my life, Layle. I've never stuck with the paper craft for so long. Wanda, that just like hits me right here. That makes me so happy for you. And thank you for sharing that, because that makes me feel good. So thank you. Hi, Trisha. Teresa's sneaking in from work. Good morning, Karen. All right, friends, so let's do this. Let's go ahead and put the camera. I need to play with the lights a little bit, and then we will get started. How about that? Okay. Rotating. Rotating. Let's see how we do there. Let's get these on. Oh, good. One's on. And two. Yes. All right. For some reason, I don't know why, I did a What's New Wednesday this past Wednesday, and oh boy, they were giving me fits before we started. Thank you, Colleen. Yes, the honorary, well, Colleen is an honorary two things. Colleen has honorary double duties. One is to always remind me, and thank you so much, to remember to plug in my phone after I flip the camera. That's super important, because streaming for hours on end really takes a toll on the battery. And then she's also the honorary time watcher for 1234, because that's my little angel number, 1, 2, 3, 4. So thank you, Colleen. Always love having you here. I mean, not just because of that. It's just always fun to see you here. Hi, Laura. All right, friends. So let's start out by taking a look at the 3 lists. 3 or 4? 4? 1, 2, 3. No, just 3. 3 lists that we did together when we were last together, which would have been the 2nd of March. So we did 3 lists. The first one is a list that we do at the beginning of every month, the first Saturday of a new month, and it is called About Last Month. So with that, About Last Month, I take some photos that I had taken throughout the month, and I just make a list of the different things that happened. For 2024, I am using the 2024 About Last Month stamp set. Which just reminded me of something. I had to go back to housekeeping for a minute. We had 2 winners last week, so I always do giveaways. Love doing giveaways when we're together. I love to share, and just know next week there will be lots of giveaways, because we're celebrating. So we'll do some live, and then we'll also do some after party giveaways. Okay, so we had 2 giveaways last week though. The way that you participate in the giveaways is you leave a comment on the video when it is over. So not while it's happening in the chat, but you leave a comment on the video when it's over. When we are together again, in this case, that would have been this morning, I sit down shortly before we are ready to get started here, and I pick 2 random lucky winners to win the giveaways. And so I did that this morning before we started. We had 2 winners from last week. One winner was the stamp set that I used here, the 2024 Year in Review stamp set, or excuse me, About Last Month stamp set. And that winner was Shelly Wilson, 1034. And then the other giveaway was the Reggie Alpha stamp set, and that winner is Louisa Mochizuki. I think that's how you say it, Louisa. I'm not sure, but you know who you are, because I'm pretty sure there's only one of you, right? Yeah, so congratulations, ladies. You always know if you've won a prize, because I reply to the comment on the video, and then I also mention it here. So that comment should email you, and then you know how to go about claiming your prize. Okay, now let's get back to the list. So this was my About Last Month for February. Super simple photos, make a run-on list, do a little stamping, and my month is documented. All right, next up we did, hi Justine, good morning. Next up, oh, this one. This one I had so much fun with. This one did bring on a few tears. We listed about things that we would put in a time capsule if we were doing a time capsule. And I shared two different time capsules that our son Jack has made in his life. This was back in 2008. He made a time capsule, and then he made another one when he was in 6th grade, which I believe was 2010. And so I pulled out the 2010 time capsule, and we actually looked at what was inside. That was very fun. But then I talked a little bit about this time capsule, and that was kind of an interesting one that we did. Our last house, we were having the staircase redone, and as they were doing the newel posts, kind of the corner posts, I said, Jack, this would be really fun. Why don't we make a time capsule, and then you can write a little note, and we'll put it in that newel post, because one day someone that owns this house after us will be changing things, and they'll come across that time capsule, and it'll be kind of neat. So we talked a lot about time capsules, and that really every time we're together on a Saturday, whether you've made hundreds of lists with me or you've only made one list with me, all of these lists that we do are little time capsules, because they are a little preview into our life at the time, right? So this one, for example, we did last month, things I'm looking forward to this year. Well, this is totally a time capsule, because if I look back at this in 6 years, I'll be like, oh my goodness, look at what I was looking forward to back in 2024. So all of our lists, I say, are always time capsules, but thought it'd be kind of fun to do a list about things that we would put in our own time capsule. So there we go. That was our second list. And then our third list ended up being, we started it last week, and we're going to continue it or finish it this week. So the list topic was top Google searches in 2023, or really for last year. So that list was suggested to us by, now I don't remember. Oh yes, I do, because I'll have it here in my master list of lists. Oh, this is my Bible when it comes to everything that we do on Saturdays. So this is my master list of lists here. Well, I think I put it in here. And I did not. So anyhow, I mentioned last week when we did that list who had suggested, and it's on the tip of my tongue, who had suggested this list. Hi, Susan. Nice to see you. Who had suggested this list? But I thought this would be a really fun list that we kind of add to our list that we do every year. The top Google searches. And these are not our top Google searches. These are just the top Google searches. If you didn't have a chance to do this and you wanted to do this list, if you go to the blog post on March 2nd, you will see when I'm talking about this particular list, I have given you a link to where I pulled this information. What's really important about that is if you want to do a list like this from year to year, in my opinion, it's important that you're comparing apples to apples every year. So you want to go to the same source, because as I was looking for this data, the top Google searches for the year, I found it was different. Every single website I went to, it was different. So you don't want to be comparing, I think I said when we were together last, you don't want to compare apples and Fords. Like that is how far apart some of the lists were. Anyhow, so if you want to do that, this is a list that I will kind of continue to do every year. So we'll do one at the end of 2024, end of this year, for this year, and it will be the top Google searches for 2024. Very telling though, because for example, 30 years ago, we would not have done this list because I don't think Google was a thing 30 years ago, right? Or maybe 40 years ago. But maybe even 20 years ago, we probably would not see things on the list like, we might see YouTube, but it certainly would not rank in probably the top 25, right? So this is kind of very telling. Wordle, there's an example. 5 years ago, I think. 5 years ago, we would have been like, Wordle, what's Wordle? So this is very much a time capsule and kind of telling you what's going on from a like a social perspective, kind of, okay? especially things like Instagram, right? I mean, 20 years ago, we'd be like, Instagram, Insta what, huh? Okay, so we did this list, and as we were listing, someone said, gosh, you know what would be a really fun list to also do? Would be to do your most recent Google searches. So that is kind of what I had started over here when we were together last week. When I did this page, I just cut off a little bit of my 6x8 piece of paper, right? And then I made it a kind of a continuation here. So even though there'll be two different lists, now they kind of look like they go together, right? So that's the list we're going to start with. That is what we're going to start with. Good morning, Kathy Williams. Cherie said she's running errands, so I am an earwig. You're listening with your little ear pod, yeah? All right, so I have my little sticky note that I made that I kind of started adding to over the last week, and these are just some of the things that I had Googled this past week. All right, so we know we need a base for our list, right? Well, we already have the base, but now we need like the white cardstock. So let's get that out. Our little white cardstock here. As I'm doing that, how is everyone this morning? How are you? Do you believe we are already halfway through March? I mean, you know what that means? We're almost 25% of the way through 2024. Isn't that crazy? Like, time is flying by like, I can't believe it. It's going so fast, right? All right, oh, trimmer. Let's grab that out. Ouch, 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 ouch. All right. Wanda said, pretty sure I use Google every day. You know what? Lots of us. I know I do. I know I do. For certain. All right, so I've just taken out a piece of white cardstock. This will be the base of my list. And let's just do a little quick measurement here. We have, that is 4 inches, I'm pretty sure, by 7 1/4. I think that's usually when I have a pattern paper base, that's usually what I end up doing. So let's see if I am 4 by 7 1/4. Sure am. All right, so there we go. We'll do that guy there. And what I should probably do is, hang on, I have to walk across the room because there's a project going on. Well, it's not going on in here. I had to bring it up from downstairs, but I'll just show you. This is the project that is going on. As you know, you probably know, I swatch all of my ink. So these are all of my little ink swatches, and I use my Swatch This Ink stamp set. So anytime I'm using colored ink, I always just grab this out, and then I can, figure out which color I want to use. So I already have my set of swatches here. What I have going on here is, and I'm not doing this, Denise and Lily are working on this project for me, but they are doing additional swatches for me so that I can use these for photography. Going forward with every new collection that's up on the website, I will show what the coordinating distress colors are. So I need to find here, I know I need Kitsch Flamingo. So they'll have my hide if I mess this up. They will, I'll be in big trouble, huh? They'll be like, oh my goodness, we worked on that so hard and all those things are out of order. I need to label those. I need to write the little ink names on there. Okay, so Kitsch Flamingo. And then I also need, okay. Hopefully, hold on, please. Please. Here we go. All right, where they should be, yeah. All right, so I need this little guy, and I need that. So I am going to, my ink selection, Pam, I know I have a ton. Well, I have a ton personally, and that was only one. I don't know, personally in my personal stash, I have a lot. But then also on the website, I think I probably have maybe 60 of the colors that he has. Anyhow, all right, so what I'm going to do is sometimes when I have white cardstock for my list and I am adding it to a base that I've already created, in that case, those two different pattern papers, I like to soften up the white a little bit. So you can see that's what I did over here on the left page. When I say soften the white, what I mean is I'm going in with ink and I'm giving it almost like a matted look, as if I have matted the paper on a piece of colored background, right? So you can kind of see there, it has that little pink edge. And instead of having to have a whole bunch of different pattern paper, or not pattern paper, but cardstock to do that with, I'm just taking my little foam blending tool and inking the edges of that white base for my list. This little thing, while I'm doing that, this little thing that you saw me pull from, that is a, what do I call it on the website? It's linked. I don't remember what I call it. That's bad, huh? It's a storage case. It is a storage case for your little foam blenders. And it is available in a number of different ink brands. So Distress Oxide, Distress Inks, Gina K, Stamp Market. I can really do any, but that little case includes your 2 sheets, and the sheets each would have the name of the ink up top, or the name of the brand up top. And then the case can hold 40. So 40 of your little daubers, you can see I have there. So doesn't have everything pre-stamped for you or pre-written, and you are doing all your swatching, but it includes the case, it includes 2 of the sheets, it includes 42 pre-punch circles, so you can ink your little circles, and then it includes 40 of the little Velcro pieces, because that is then what holds those guys in their little space. All right, so now we've just added our nice little border, and let's get that put away. I'll just put that over there for now. Excuse my reach. Colleen just asked a question in the chat. She said, what is the travel collection you are using? This is the Wherever collection, Wherever, from 49 and Market, and it is linked under the What's New. So if you see that, or excuse me, not What's New. Well, it's under What's New, but it's linked in the description box of the video under what I'm using. Beautiful collection. Vintage Scrap Girl Christine Chapman said she just got her her kaleidoscope bundle. You'll be using that to play today. That's a beautiful one. Beautiful, beautiful one. Louise said, did you hear? You won a prize from last week. Did you hear? Did you hear? Okay. So there's the base to my list. Now for this list, I had been using Noteworthy, the Noteworthy collection from Simple Stories. So we will circle back to this collection when we do our travel bucket list, but I wanted to start with this one just because it's kind of where we ended last week. All right, so I pulled out some rub-ons from that collection. So over here, my title was Hello Google. So that really works for this page as well. I don't really necessarily need to title something about Google again, but I think what I will do down here, I had said top Google searches 2023. Maybe over here, I will say my recent Google searches. So then it all kind of goes together, even though there are 2 different lists. So I need to find another little label sticker. And I believe I pulled that from, did I pull it from here? Oh, I did. I did. So this is a sticker book from Noteworthy. So here we are. If I pull, maybe I should pull kind of this yellowish one, this mustard color, because this mustard color then will kind of bring in a little bit of this yellow from the other side. Or I could, oh yeah, that's what I'm doing because that's all I have left. So that's what I'll do. Alrighty, let's go ahead. Let's grab our, hold on. Too many things in the way here. Let's grab this guy and, oopsie, add our adhesive. And let's go ahead and get this adhered. Then I can put this little tab sticker down, or my little label sticker. So that said top Google searches 2022. And then right here, I will write in that little box, my recent Google searches. Yes, Louisa, you did. You did. Louisa, you won the Reggie Alpha stamp set from last week. So you should have an email. Would have responded to your comment probably about 9:45. Well, that's my time. So about, I don't know, almost an hour ago. So you should have an email with that information telling you how to claim your prize. All right, so now I'm just doing my little outlining that I do on everything. That then really, if you notice, let's just look at that really quick. Look at how, what a difference that outlining makes, because you can see right here, I have not outlined, and here I have. It just, again, that's another way to take something really basic, like a plain old white piece of paper, and really make it pop. So I use lots of things when we're listing. It's because I have access to lots of things, right? I have a whole website that's got loads of product on it, so I have pretty much access to whatever I want to work with. But if I didn't, right, I always say the only thing that you need to list is something to write with and something to write on. You could use colored pencils to color the edges. You could use a little bit of ink to ink the edges on something white. Bring in a black pen or even a colored pen and do your little outlining. And then you've got, a nice decorative list going without having to spend really anything at all other than needing some white paper, right? All right, so there we go. You know about my outlining. That's everything to me. That is everything to me. Carol asked, what is that nifty foam pad holder called, please? Carol, that is the ink blending foam storage case or something like that. It is linked in in the description box of the video. If you click on the what I'm using, you'll see it linked there, okay? Or on that, when you go to that page on my website, you will see that. Let me see. Terry, we're just getting started, hon. You haven't missed anything. Good morning, Bonnie. Good morning, Jennifer. Janelle said she's jumping in while she has a few minutes. Good morning. Pam says she can't draw or cut straight lines. Well, guess what, Pam? Neither can I. Those aren't straight, right? Look at over here. Look at but that's kind of part, for me, that's part the look. If I wanted to take a ruler and do that, I certainly could, but I'm just like, you know what? That's just easy. I'm just going to do that. And it's art, right? Doesn't have to be straight. Does not have to be straight. Hi, Linda May. All right, so down here, I need to write my recent Google searches. All right, there we go. Now, I can't leave it super plain and boring up here and just start listing my Google searches because that's just not me. So, I pulled out the rub-ons from Noteworthy, and I thought I'm going to try something I've never tried before. I thought maybe I could layer the rub-ons, like one on top of the other. So I'm going to see if that works, but I won't kind of try that here. I'll find another small rub-on to try it with to see if it works, because I don't want to mess it up, right? I don't know if it'll work or not. So we might as well learn together, right? We might as well learn together. Now, the one thing I should point out is if it works, just because it works with these particular rub-ons doesn't mean it works with all rub-ons, right? Because all rub-ons can be different. We primarily see rub-ons from 49 and Market and Simple Stories. So I don't necessarily know if I'm able to layer two Simple Stories rub-ons together. I don't know if I can layer two 49 and Market rub-ons together. I think I can. But I've done it. I can with 49 and Market. But what I really don't know is if I can layer one manufacturer's rub-on on top of another one, because they're different. At least I know that 49 Market and Simple Stories are different. Deborah says it works if you are very careful, right? Because we're doing a little bit of rubbing. The way that rub-ons work, they work with friction, right? You are rubbing on top of something in order to get it to transfer onto something else. So let's see it. We'll play, okay? We'll play. I can make the mistakes for us, right? I can make the mistakes for us if it works or doesn't work. So what I think I'm going to do, let's talk about rub-ons for a second. I already mentioned they are basically transfers and they work with friction. What I do when I first open a brand new package of rub-ons, I do this. I staple the sheets together. So with rub-ons, you'll always have the rub-on sheet or the transfer sheet. And then behind that, you have the little protector sheet. That protector sheet is protecting the rub-on to make sure it doesn't transfer onto something you don't want it to. So I like to always staple, so those two are always together. That greatly reduces, hopefully eliminates, the possibility of my rub-ons transferring on something I don't want them to do. The next thing I do when I'm ready to work with a rub-on, you'll notice that there are some rub-ons missing from here, like there and there. That's because I've used those. When I go to use a rub-on, I like to cut it away from the sheet, because then I am ensuring that this is the only rub-on that is going to transfer. If I'm trying to take the whole sheet and rub only this guy onto my project, I know me, chances are I'm going to get some of that where I don't want it to be. I am going to start out with this guy because I know I want this guy to go here. And I think I might try, I'm going to have this, it's not going to be centered. I want it to kind of bleed a little bit into the pattern paper over here. I'm just taking my little popsicle stick and I am rubbing. Okay. Now, one thing that's really important when you're using rub-ons, you want to make sure to always be holding. See how I am continuing to hold that rub-on in place. I don't want that rub-on to move on me. If it moves, then it is going to pick itself up and then move over, and then I will have a break in my rub-on. Not the end of the world. Okay, not the end of the world at all, but generally, I don't want to have, breaks or cracks in my rub-on. So you notice I'm holding on as I do that. And then if I need to move my little fingers over here, so I'm holding on over here to make sure I get everything rubbed on over here. All right, so I'm like, I think that's pretty good. Now I'm still holding, okay? This is important, still holding. You don't have to grab tweezers, but I like to grab tweezers. I start to pull. And I'm seeing there, look it, I did not get all of that transferred. But because I'm still holding, that rub-on has not moved at all. So I just lay it back down and rub again. Let's see if that did it. See, so I was able, now you'll see that area that had not transferred before has now transferred. So I like to just continue to hold and look to make sure that I have everything transferred. There we go. So there's my little rub-on. Really the difference between a rub-on and a sticker or a die cut, a rub-on would be closer to a sticker than a die cut, but in either case, one of the neat things about a rub-on is that you don't have any border around it. So it actually looks like that is printed on the paper. That hello, also a rub-on. So you can see how it's a little bit different than maybe a sticker. Sometimes stickers have like a white border around them, or a die cut might have a white border around it. So it just makes it look like it's kind of on the paper. Let's see. All right. So now I was thinking I was going to try to layer. I was thinking I was going to try to layer this for the record. So let's cut for the record off. And I am about ready to lose this guy. So I'm going to come back in. Remember, the goal is to keep that attached to the backer sheet until I'm ready to use it. So I'm just going to grab my little stapler here and staple that to the sheet. Incidentally, that is not a real staple. That's a rub-on staple. So you might be thinking, why do you have to staple? It's already stapled. It's really not. All right, so now we are still connected there. All right, so where did my, oh, here it is, for the record. Should we just try it? Let's just try it. Let's just try it and see what happens, okay? So I'm going to put this here, and I'm going to use the same principles I talked about before. I am going to cross my fingers. Let's see. I am just rubbing, and I am holding in place, right? I'm holding in place just as I did before. Let's lift part of that up and see what's going on here. Hey, it works. All right, so continue to hold in place. Don't let that move around on me. And let's see if we have it. Oh, my little D, there's a little part there that's not rubbed on. Oopsie. All right, let's see, are we good? See, oh yeah, got a little bit more of my F that I need to do. But see how I'm able to just lay that right back down? So I can keep lifting and reapplying if I need to. There we go, for the record. Okay, one more thing. The reason I had this go over here and the reason I'm not quite, I kind of left this big area there is because I think I'd like to use this little guy. That little, you know what, maybe here we'll use that. I don't know, maybe we'll use that little staple as part of it. Let's see, let's get the staple off, and then once we get this rub-on on, let's figure out where we might want to do that staple. All right, there we go. So here's my little flowers, my little flower cluster here. And let's see if that maybe goes right about there. Then that will kind of bring in some of these colors from here over to this side. I think that works. Let's see, Lorraine said you can run your rub-ons through your die cut machine. I have done it after seeing done a video. I don't recall the video I was supposed to make. Okay, so Lorraine, if I understand correctly, you mean like that you use your metal die cuts, like that kind of machine? Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Deborah said the highlighter tape works well to hold the rub-ons, and hey, that's a good idea, Deborah. I'll do that next time I use a rub-on. We'll play with that. That's a good idea. Hi, Heidi. All right, here we go. Let's see. Are we good? Are we good? We have our little rub-on done. Oh, there we go. Not quite. All right, there we are. Okay, so our little staple, I think my little staple probably needs to just go right there. Then it looks like, oh, that's fun, doesn't it? Isn't it fun? Well, you probably can't see it, but it looks like I stapled that little piece of paper on, which I really didn't, right? And I generally wouldn't staple inside my traveler's notebook because it would make a nice, bump, and it might make it a little bit hard to work on subsequent pages, but a rub-on is great. So look at there, and then I had done that on that other page too. So two totally different lists, but I am using the same collection and similar color palette to kind of bring both those pages together. Through the Big Shot and the Tim Holtz Sidekick. Oh, good. There we go. Okay. Okay, so now we're ready for our list. These now are my Google searches for the week. So I think what I will do is I should probably maybe do something like this again. I don't know, how many did I have? I don't know if I had that many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'd need to do like 7 and 7, which I can do. But I feel like if I'm going to do that, I kind of want to put something right here. So I'm kind of in the same, at least, spacing over here. So what I had done over here to fill in a little bit of space was to use word strip sticker. So let's do that. Let's grab our word strip stickers here. And small talk and small talk snarky. Linda May, wouldn't that be awesome? Linda May said we need a page full of staple rub-ons. Yeah, exactly. Thumbtack rub-ons would be fun. Yes, I know, because there are a few, right? Look, few on there, but wouldn't that be so cool? Like if we could invent our own rub-ons. Well, maybe we can invent our own rub-ons. I can invent lots of things. I haven't tried rub-ons yet, so I'll put a pin in that and do a little bit of research. I'll put a thumbtack in that and do a little bit of research. Okay, so I need a word strip sticker. The two that I use most often are Small Talk and Small Talk Snarky. Both of those I have on the website. Those are both Tim Holtz. So let's see. I think we want to do a white one here because we did a white one there. As I am on this page, we looked at this a long time ago, a couple of years ago. This guy, you can actually color your white word strip stickers because all I did there was take a foam blending tool, and I think that's probably Kitsch Flamingo, and I just colored it. So you can, if you have white, you can make any color you want by just using your little ink. All right, let's see what maybe. You are capable of becoming more than you realize. Well, you know what? That could work because guess what? Sometimes you're looking on Google. How about this one? You can do anything but not everything. Out of limitations, I'm just looking. There are quite a few I think we could use here that would work. Ordinary people can do extraordinary things with the power of Google. Let's do that.
Are you working on the to-do list, my to-do list?
No, not your to-do list yet, honey. That's for later. That's for later today. That's not the first list. It's probably the third or fourth list.
I thought the to-do list would be first.
No, to-do list isn't first. But how are you doing on your to-do list?
I don't have it. You have it.
Yeah, no, I don't. You have it on that little notepad I made for you.
Oh, what's in here?
So excuse us, friends. We're just. Oh, here it is. Look, hold on. Oh, this is important. Nick has a list of projects. So I need to make sure he has that. There you go.
And she's calling it the spring cleanup list.
It's the spring cleanup list.
It's Nick's to-do list.
Nick's to-do list. That's spring cleanup. Yes. Hi, Francis. All right. Ordinary people can do extraordinary things. I think that works really well for this list because Google, right? Ordinary people don't know how to change a tire? Google. Don't know how to change the wax ring on a toilet? Google.
No, YouTube's better for that.
Well, okay, yes, I know, but you'd Google it and then it would take you to YouTube. Okay, Nick, all right. Ordinary people can do extraordinary things. Right, there we go. That will work. All right. Except I do not like that it is, I'm just going to have to, I don't like that it's so stacked. It's too even. So we're just going to do a little bit of that. All right, there we go. For the record, extraordinary people can do extraordinary things with Google. All right, so now we're going to do our little underline here, like I did on the last one. Whoopsie. What? Oh, that's funny. You can see one of my little treasures in the background. One of my little treasures. We were in Carmel, California last weekend, and I really like to pick up rocks, but my favorite thing is sea glass, like beach glass, like sea glass. I have a huge collection, and so I can walk on the beach for hours looking. But I like to pick up rocks and pebbles and things too. Oh, but this, look at that. It was just happened to be sitting over there. That is a piece of petrified wood, but it looks like a fun little pebble, huh? Anyhow, that was just sitting over there. Okay, so now we are ready for my 14 things that I Googled this week. So let's go ahead and do this again. We'll do our little halfer. This is going to, you know what? So now that I think about it, I'm not going to really be able to do a little split list like that because that worked really well for this list because they were very short things. People Googled weather, they Googled Amazon, they Googled Facebook. They were all one word things that they had Googled. Most of my things were not one word. So I need to just pivot a little bit. So I think what I will do is I will do I'll do a little run-on list, okay, as opposed to a numbered list. And I need a stamp. I need a bullet stamp. So let's see what we'd like to do. 1, 2, 3 bullet stamps. Which one might I like to do? How about, I think we probably better keep it pretty simple. We have little envelopes here. We have thumbtacks here. I do have an envelope, bullet stamp. Maybe let's do the envelope. That might be kind of fun. That just might be kind of fun. So let's do that. That came from the envelope, a bullet stamp, came from the original Bullets and More. Not called original, it's just called Bullets and More. Stacy, you and I would be great pals, except if we were on the beach together, then we'd be like bitter enemies. Stacy said, my husband says I get more excited when he finds me a piece of sea glass than when I get a diamond. Seriously, yes, love, it just makes me so happy. But if you and I were together, we'd be like elbowing each other to try to get the sea glass, right? Okay, so I have my little envelope bullet stamp, and I have my stamping stylus. So this is one of my products. This is basically a stamping block for a really small stamp. So all your little bullet stamps will fit on here. Your stamping stylus has a sticker on it, okay? It has a sticker on it. That sticker is there for a reason. When you are working with a little bullet stamp, a small stamp that has an orientation to it or a direction like the envelope, if you line that stamp up accordingly, so I'm just lining it up so it's even, and I've lined it up with the little squirrel. So as long as I am making sure that squirrel is in the same position every time, then that little envelope or my stamp will be in the same position every time. Okay, let's get Kitsch Flamingo back out again. I am going to... We have that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. My little tester notebook. We always want to have that. So anytime I'm stamping, I will always do a test stamp first to make sure that it's what I want to use, to make sure that it's clean, to make sure it doesn't have any little hair or fuzz, to make sure... Wait, am I... Okay, I did not line that guy up correctly on there. So let me just reposition that. That's another thing. You test stamp to make sure you are positioned correctly. And that's just if you want that stamp to be in the same direction every time. All right, I think we're good. That's what I'm going to use. So now we list. Here is my first thing. The first thing that I Googled was VRBO, Vacation Rentals by Owner, for Whale's Head. Whale's Head's in Oregon, near the California border. Later in life, I've always loved the beach, but later in life, I have discovered that I really like cold and moody and windy beaches, like Carmel and like anything on the Oregon coast. Don't get me wrong, I'll take a Hawaii every day, I'll take a San Diego every day, but I get totally different things from like a sunny, warm beach, me personally, like in my soul, than I get from like a really windy, choppy ocean. It's just, I love both, but this, yes. So we'd driven through, Whale's Head is a rock formation, in the water, in the ocean, off the Oregon coast. And we had driven past there and visited it, walked to it, walked the beach a little bit, very briefly, but I want to go back. So I just kind of been doing a little Google, like, what would vacation rentals look like in that area? Next one, did American Idol air on 3/10. I like American Idol. I like to watch American Idol. It makes me happy. It makes me cry. The stage that it's at right now is the stage when they're doing the tryouts or auditions or whatever. Anyhow, we were gone that weekend. We didn't get home till late that night, and so last week I'm like, oh, I can watch American Idol. And then I couldn't find it in the recordings, and then when I Googled, I learned it did not air because the Grammys were on. So, did American Idol air on 3/10? Another one was the La Playa Hotel in Carmel. When we were on our trip, we had walked through that hotel and kind of walked around the grounds, and it was beautiful, and so I just wanted to learn a little bit more about that hotel, so Google to the rescue. May Arts coupon code. May Arts is where I purchase a lot of my ribbon for my project kits. And so I searched for a coupon code because if you know me, number one, you know I like to shop. Number two, you know I do a lot of online shopping. Number three, I never buy anything online without searching for a coupon code first. And yes, there was one. So there we go. May Arts coupon code. Next one was Dr. Muse. He is my new neurologist. I needed to Google to get his phone number because I had a CAT scan last week of my brain. Still working through some issues there, and needed his phone number so I could find my CAT scan results. So, not yet. Don't have him yet. I don't know if he was out of the office or what, but his nurse said that he will call me next week. So, yes, I had to Google his phone number, Dr. Muse. The next thing I Googled, cat yoga pose. Cat yoga pose. Now, I had taken a photo of Reggie, our cat / Sam's cat, our younger son that Reggie lives with us. But he was sitting there in a very odd, not Sam, the cat, Reggie, was sitting there in a very odd position. I'm like, oh my gosh, it looks like he's doing yoga. And then I Googled like cat yoga pose, thinking, what's the name of a cat yoga pose? And then I totally remembered when I saw it, oh yeah, cat cow. Yeah, anyhow, so I Googled cat yoga pose. Pam said, where do you find coupons, Layle, for online items? I usually go to Retail Me Not. Or Pam, you can just go to Google and literally type in May Arts coupon code, whatever coupon code you're looking for, right? Maybe you're looking for, I don't know, an oil change coupon code, whatever it is. Or a Dillard's or, Nordstrom, I don't know, wherever you shop. Online, Target, although you usually don't find coupon codes like that. But there's a lot of different companies that will aggregate coupon codes. But I usually like to use Retail Me Not if I'm looking for something specific and I'm not finding it if I just Google it. All right, cat yoga pose. Next thing was Linnea candle. When we were in Carmel, we had lunch at one of the restaurants on Pebble Beach, and they had lots of cool shops, and I smelled this really awesome candle. Actually bought a candle there, and then was also looking for other kind of smells that they had. So I Googled Linnea candle. Colleen, do we have a time limit today? Asking for a friend. Thank you, dear. No, we really don't. We really don't. All right, the next one is this Liverpool LA stripe peplum jacket. You know how when you're online, and I don't know, on social media, I was probably on Instagram or Facebook or something, and it shows you things that things you might like in a little ad. And that little ad came up from Dillard's, and I thought, oh, and I clicked on it, and then I wanted to see if there were other places that sold it besides Dillard's, Macy's, I don't know. So I Googled Liverpool LA striped peplum jacket. The next one, Aleppi clips. Aleppi clips. That is not the first time I have Googled that. I finally had to sick Amy on that. Amy is someone, a very good friend of mine that does a lot of work with me, for me. She does a lot of sourcing and finding where I can buy product to bring into the store. So I have, over the last, maybe month, posted a couple things on social media, a couple of lists or, things that I've done in my Traveler's Notebook. And I've used these clips. They're beautiful clips, really nice metal. The brand is Aleppi, E-E-L-L-E-P-I. And I have had enough people ask me about them, reach out and say, oh my gosh, where did you get those? That now we're trying to figure out how to bring them in. They are an Italian company, and so sometimes there's just a lot of legwork that goes into figuring out how to order as a wholesaler or retailer products for wholesale. And then anyhow, so another thing I But I can find lots of retailers that carry them, but it's a little bit of a deep dive trying to figure out how to carry those. Anyhow, Alepi clips. Another one, CalPack travel organizer. One of my friends that I follow on social media, Michelle Hill. I think some of you know Michelle Hill. She's Polka Dot Whimsy. She and I have known each other, oh my gosh, for years. Both been in the industry for many, 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 many years. Going back to when I worked for Scenic Route Paper Company and she worked for Lil Davis. She was doing a reel or something on Instagram and was talking about some travel things that she's looking for. And one of the things she was looking for was a CalPack travel organizer. So I went, I wonder what that is. So I Googled CalPack travel organizer. Next one is when to use an EpiPen. When to use an EpiPen. That one was Sam, again, younger son, calls. He very much likes to be independent, but he very much still needs his mom. Mom, I need your help. Okay, mom, how do I get an EpiPen? Well, when you have a child that's allergic to something and when they, mom, how do I get an EpiPen? You know, okay, why are we asking about an EpiPen? He is allergic to wasps and bee stings, and it's not a breathing thing, but he gets hives and a lot of times has to get an antibiotic shot because he really swells. And anyhow, mom, I'm like, did you get stung? No, mom, but I need to have one in case I get stung. You know, he needs it right now. Okay, Sam, what do you think you should do? Well, can you get me an EpiPen? Well, Sam, I can't get you an EpiPen because they're not over the counter. You need to go to a doctor for that. Okay, so how do I go to the doctor? I'm like, well, do you have your doctor's contact information? Yes. Okay, so call I'm just trying to walk him through that. But so then I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Like, I said, let me just do a little bit of research because when is it okay to use an EpiPen? Like, do you need to be like really, really, really allergic? Or is it, just, so I want to do a little research when to use an EpiPen. The next one, also Samuel. What is that travel? A CalPack travel organizer. It's like a little bag. The CalPack is the brand, and it's a little bag that you store a lot of your electronic things in. That's what the CalPack travel organizer was when I Googled it. Jacqueline, how do I get a coupon code for Layle by mail? I have a few items in my shopping cart on your website. Jacqueline, and I will tell you guys, I don't ever publish this, but you can always use a coupon code. It is 10, T-E-N. Now, with that said, if it's any of my product, you might want to hold off until maybe next week. Just saying, okay? Kathy, your niece engaged got last night. Congratulations. And Terry. Wait, Terry, how are you going to see us? I thought you couldn't see us next week because of your wedding, right? Right? Oh, I missed all kinds of things. I know why. Now I know why Colleen asked for a friend because Terry asked the time limit thing. Gotcha. All right. Okay, here we go. When to use an EpiPen. Next one. How to get tickets for the University of Utah MUS. MUS is the Mighty Utah Student Section. Sam really wants to get tickets with a friend to go see the football games this fall, I guess. And so I said, well, Sam, I'm not sure if you can get them if you are not a student. So I said, let me do a little research, and I did. All right, next thing was IKEA 13 by 13 tray for one of the areas in my craft room here. And the last one that I searched, and this was last night, the season 3 cast of Billions. The show Billions. We are, so Pam, aren't you supposed to go directly to a hospital after you use an EpiPen? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I think it depends on what type of reaction that you have, not to the EpiPen, but to whatever your allergy is. So if you eat shellfish and you're allergic to shellfish, in a lot of cases, like shellfish will give you anaphylactic reaction and you might have problems breathing. In that case, the EpiPen is meant to deal with that immediately. But if it's something very serious like that, then I think they say, yeah, go to the hospital, right? But for Sam, his reaction is not urgent, right? It is, it's not going to compromise his life if he does not take a shot, but it can be very, very, very uncomfortable. He recently also discovered he's allergic to strawberries and hives all over his entire body. So I also said, Sam, we've talked about this. Aside from the EpiPen, you always, always, always need to have Benadryl with you. Always, because if you take Benadryl, that will that will help with the hives, help with the itching, help with the discomfort. Anyhow, so Stacy, good point. Stacy said, check with the doctor, right? I'm not a doctor. I don't play one on TV. So don't take any advice that I'm giving. You can take advice that I'm giving about, using rub-ons and things. Don't take advice that I'm giving about EpiPens, because I don't know, clearly, because I Googled when to use an EpiPen. Didn't get far enough along. But that's why I said to Sam, you need to call your doctor, because that's how you get an EpiPen, because you need to know what you're doing. Okay. Thank you. You guys got to keep me above board there. Jill said, OMG, we've been watching Billions and are loving it. Yes, Billions. It's very good. It is like 8 seasons. I will tell you, there's some parts that are very risque in it. There's lots of language. So if those are things that that you like to shy away from, then Billions is not for you. All right. The reason I was Googling season 3 cast is because in season 3, there is a Russian oligarch. And I'm like, I know that actor. Who is it? John Malkovich. That's what I needed to figure out. All right. So anyhow, there we go. That is the end of my recent Google searches list. So, I just have a little bit of space right here, right? I have a little bit of space. Now, I don't want to do another word strip because I have word strips here and I don't want to put word strips there. I think what I'm going to do to fill that space is I think I'll just do another line, right? That was the start of my list. We'll make this the end of my list, and then I think we'll be good to go. Because those were pretty much, I probably searched more things, but if you are not sure how to find out what you searched, you just go to your history. And depending on whether you're using Safari or whether you're using Chrome, what kind of browser you're using, your history is in different places. But you can go to your history and it will tell you what you searched. All right, so there we go. There are my most recent Google searches. And then I think actually what I will do here, I think I'll do a little date stamp because I still have a little bit of room. If this is a time capsule, right? This is most certainly a time capsule. If I'd been Googling things when my kids were little, I'd probably be Googling things like how to get rid of diaper rash and how to get a kid to sleep through the night. So again, very much a time capsule because the things that you're Googling are very pertinent to your current stage or phase or, whatever you are in life. Okay, so today's the 16th, March 16th. Let's get my black. Ink. I need to just test this. I don't know. Nick's working on one of his projects. I can hear him pounding away in the other room. March 16th. Now, not all the projects are his on the list. We'll get there. That's one of our lists today. They're like spring cleaning, spring projects, projects that need to happen this spring. Not all of them are, not all of them on the list are his, but really all of them could be. He could do all of them. All right. So there we go. There is our first list. My recent Google searches. Scrapinology Gina said, is it wrong if all my searches are about crafts? Absolutely not, right? Absolutely not. Linda May said your Google searches are so random. I heart this list. Yeah, that's kind of a fun one, right? And that is another one that would be fun to do maybe like on an annual basis or every 6 months, because the things that you're Googling, I mean, really probably from week to week are quite a bit different, right? All right, let's get all of these things cleaned up, and then we will move on to our second list. Oh, I just remembered. I forgot to... let me go wet this, okay? I need to just wet my stamp chamois so I can clean this stamp, because I'll be using stamps again in a second. Okay. Always, when you use your bullet stamps, clean them. Well, I always say clean your stamps after you use them, always. And then you always want to get this put away. Your little bullet stamps, because they're so teeny, they will escape. They will escape, and then you'll be sad. Now, where is that set? Just because they're so small. Here's Bulletin More 2. Here's Bulletin More 3. Where is the first one? All right. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. Okay. Let's get that put back on there. Let's talk really quickly while I'm doing this, because a few have moved on me. This especially happens with your small stamps because there's less surface area. If you find your stamps are no longer or not as sticky, they're not sticking as well either to your stamping block or to the sheet, it's because most likely you have some lint or dust on the back of the little stamp. So what I'm doing here, I'm just taking my little stamp chamois. You could take a damp paper towel. I am just wetting the back of that. And as I'm doing that, that is removing any of the little dust or lint that is on the back of that stamp, and now those stick no problem. So sometimes, and that's nothing with the stamp, it's just more to do with dust and lint. And your smaller stamps, because they have a smaller surface area, you know, if they get one little piece of dust or lint on it, makes it so it kind of doesn't want to stick. But that's an easy way to fix that. Okay, second list. Oops, hang on. Let's just get these things put away. I will come back to this in a minute because I'm going to use that on another list. Put these guys away. We're ready for our next list. Our next list is a travel bucket list. Deborah said, all of my lists are so boring. Sometimes nothing to put on a list. So Deborah, I want to talk about that. Let's talk about that. Usually it's easy for me when I'm making a list because I'm the one who comes up with the list topics that we're going to do, right? And it doesn't mean I'm the one who always comes up with the list topics. Sometimes you guys suggest list topics, like this one. Both of these actually were suggested by other people. But I can kind of think about them ahead of time and give some time into what I'm putting on my list. Sometimes that may be a little bit harder on your end because a list that I'm doing may not apply to you at all. So what I usually try to do, although this one's a little bit more specific, the one that we just did, is try to have list topics that you could make work for you. So for example, one of the lists that we did towards the end of last year, not in this insert, but one of the lists that we did towards the end of last year was things I thought I'd never do as a kind of fill in the blank. For me, that was parent. Things I thought I'd never do as a parent. But when we talked about that list, we talked about that a lot of the lists that we do can be fill in the blank. So maybe you're not a parent, or maybe you're a brand new parent, or maybe the list just doesn't apply to you at all. You can totally change the list to things I never thought I'd do as a human, as a female, as a teacher, as a 40-year-old, as a resident of Utah. I mean, there are so many different ways that you can make lists apply to you just by kind of tweaking them. So if you want a list, and I'm coming to the table with list topics that don't necessarily apply to you, figure out if you can, there's a way to twist it or to change it to make it work for you. All right. So our next list is travel bucket list. A bucket list, if you're not familiar, a bucket list is a list of things, typically, that you want to do before you kick the bucket or before you pass away. So we had done a travel bucket list back in 2021. So I'm going to go to the idea book. Chapter 13, travel, is on page 59. And we did travel bucket list. Now, this one was very pertinent in May of 2021, so almost 3 years ago, because really no one was doing any travel back then, right? We're kind of just starting to come out of the pandemic at that point, so not a lot of travel was happening, and I was really missing travel. So we did a travel bucket list, so places that I want to go in my life. This is not places I have been, it was places that I wanted to go. This one could be in your own state, in your own city, in your own country, in the world, on a particular continent. It could be lots of different places. Here's the thing with the bucket list. A bucket list does not have to have any constraints around it. So if you want to go to Antarctica, and there is literally no way in this world that you will ever go to Antarctica. It's just not going to happen for whatever reason. Maybe you hate the cold. So it's never going to happen. Doesn't mean it can't be on your bucket list. So don't, maybe you can't travel out. Maybe you can't travel on an airplane. Don't let that constrain your bucket list. If you've always wanted to go to China and walk the Great Wall of China, and you can't because you can't go on an airplane, that's okay. It doesn't mean it can't be on your bucket list. So your list, you get to decide what constraints it has, if any. So travel bucket list. I thought it would be fun now to do an updated version of a travel bucket list. So that is our next list. For this list, I am using the Wherever collection from 49 and Market. It is linked in the description box of the video under what I am using. So sometimes when we're listing, I have an idea in my head, because obviously I know ahead of time what products I'm going to use. I need to know at least what collection I'm going to use, right? Otherwise it'd be a mess in here. I mean, when I say a mess, I mean, we would never get anything done because I have to narrow things down. If I sat here and said, okay, let's do a travel bucket list, and I'm like, I wonder what we should use. Sometimes this is what happens to us, right? Sometimes if you have lots of product in your stash, sometimes the hardest thing is narrowing it down to what you want to use because you have so many options. Maybe you have so many travel stamps, or maybe you have so many stickers about travel. Sometimes that can be really paralyzing, right? More in that case is not necessarily a good thing. So if you can try to narrow down what you're going to work with, just give yourself, I'm going to work with only these 5 things. That sometimes makes it a lot easier. Sometimes if we have too many things to work with, we never get anything done because we're like paralyzed, right? So I always know ahead of time what product, at least what collection I'm going to use. And usually you get a hint for some of the different specific products I'm going to use based on what was on my little, my flat lay that you see on the website. Sometimes I do a sketch. Now, sometimes I don't do a sketch, like our third list, spring projects, no sketch there. But I have done a little sketch for travel bucket list. So I have a plan. And if there was ever any doubt in your mind that I was not an artist, I am an artist. Look at that. Like, isn't that just the most amazing representation of what I'm going to make? I do not draw. I am not an artist. I cannot draw to save my life. It's just scratches, right? But I have an idea. All right, so this is going to be a 2-page list. Now, I am down almost to the very end. I just have a few pages left in my traveler's notebook. When that happens, I am going to, usually I try to work off the page, which means I will create both pages here, and then I will glue them, adhere them into my traveler's notebook. Oh, little kitty. Do you want to come in? Can we try it? Okay, hold on, friends. Little kitty is just with his little paws. Come here. Oh, he's not a little kitty. Can you just sit right here? You think you could just be right in there? There you go. Just lay down in there. Lay down in there. I don't know how that's gonna work, but he was at my door, and they're glass doors, and he just does this. He's just pawing the door. He wants to come in so bad. Well, I'm gonna see if he'll stay there, Nick. Don't shut the door though.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Oh, okay, okay. Don't lock him in with me. All right. Sorry for the distraction there. Okay. All right. So I'm going to work on them off the page, and then I will adhere them in, just because it gets a little bit harder when all this is happening in the air, right? Okay. So when I first did the What's New Wednesday, What's New Wednesday is usually when I am really truly looking at the products for the first time. I see them online, I order them, but until I actually get them in my hands and can see things, usually Wednesday is when I'm like, oh my goodness. And that's what happened with this piece of paper. So this is the Wherever collection. This is from the 6x8 paper pad. I fell in love with this piece of paper. I love kind of this road here. I love this open space, great for a title. I love all the stuff over here and over here. So this will be kind of the title page for my 2-page list. And then I'm gonna do something fun, even more fun on the other side. At least that's my plan. So when I am working in my Traveler's Notebook, the Traveler's Notebooks I use are standard wide. So standard wide, they are 5 inches wide by 8.25 inches tall. I generally am using 6x8 paper pads or 6x8 papers in my Traveler's Notebooks because they are sized accordingly, right? There is a 12x12 version of this paper. If I tried to use the 12x12 version of this paper in the list, it would not work because basically it would look like just that. It'd have that little part of the road. Everything else I would have to cut off. So if you're working in a smaller space, a 6x8 pad or 6x8 paper pack is your friend because that pattern is scaled down for that smaller size. So this is going to work really well. I need to trim this. If this is 5 by 8.25, I usually trim this to 4 3/4 because then that gives me a nice even border all the way around. What I need to think about here is I can't necessarily just cut off one edge because my little road will kind of look a little off center, right? So if this is 4 3/4, that means I need to cut off 1 1/4 inches. So let's see if I can maybe trim a little bit from both sides and see what that looks like. I don't want to lose too much over here, right? So let's just go here. So I'm now at 5.5. I still need to go. All right, we got to cut some of this off. Let's see. Maybe, what if I do that? All right, I still have some of that there. I think I'm gonna have to just cut the rest off of over here because I don't want to cut into that anymore. All right, so this will be 4 3/4, like that. All right, so that works. That still works. Another thing I could have done there, since this is a 2-page list, if I did not want to lose all of this, I could have done something like I did here. Just cut that extra piece off. So I would cut, this would be 4 3/4, and then I'd have the extra 1 1/4, and then I could just put the 1 1/4 over here. So it would kind of bridge the two together. But we're good here. All right, so that will be the left side of my spread. It's a really fun pattern on the back of that too, kind of that little map pattern. All right, I need to round the outside corners. Debbie said, I'm late. I hope I didn't miss too much. I'm loving this paper. Debbie, never late, right? It's an open house, so you come and go, and I'm here. We just did our first list, and that was my most recent Google searches. And now we're starting travel bucket list. All right, so that will be over here. That will be that side. And then for the other side, I think, let's see, I think I may use this guy. Now, what I may end up doing is, I may need to do 2 layers here. Might end up doing something like this. or a different color? Nope, that's not going to work. The reason why I'm not quite sure about this one is because I'm using this. This is from the, let me tell you what it's from. It is from the Ephemera Bits, okay? The Ephemera Bits pack. There's 121 pieces in that pack, so that's what you see a lot of these pieces up here. These are envelopes, okay? They're little envelopes. Excuse me. They are pre-scored. So see how they're pre-scored like that? So I can add my adhesive now to just those little areas, and then I can pop this down, and then that is going to be an envelope that holds my list. My list is going to tuck inside of that little envelope. So let's just see if we have this and we have this. Actually, I think we'll be good. I think we'll be good with this because my list will be in there, and I don't think we need more kind of color behind that. So let's go ahead and trim this guy down to 4 3/4. Like so. This is just kind of a fun little definitions. You see like travelers, traveler, lots of traveler's tree. I don't know what traveler's tree is. Traveled. Anyhow, there we go. And that'll be a great background for us. Let's find our corner rounder. Hi, Nancy Mars. Yes, Nancy said beautiful collection. Oh, do you know what I just remembered? There is another thing I Googled this week. There's another thing I Googled this week I forgot to add to my list. Nancy, I saw something on your Facebook, and it was an image, and I didn't know what the image, I think it was it Rockwell? And I didn't know what it meant, and so I Googled it, and then I learned about the horrible tragedy that happened in your community with the school bus. So I'm very sorry about that. But I had totally forgotten that was something that I Googled until I just saw your sweet little face. Okay, let's go ahead and let's do a little outlining here. And because this is a 2-page list, I usually don't outline the center because, you know, it'd be like that. Alrighty. So travel bucket list. Do you have one? Yes, Nancy said, such devastation for your hometown. So sorry about that. That was, yes, very sad. All right, I am going to adhere that, well, I'm gonna get ready to adhere. Probably shouldn't yet, so let's hold tight for that. So I'm gonna do my title over here. Let's go to the title. Well, it's not really title. My list title will go on the list, but this is just kind of a little title that will decorate that side a little bit more. So 2 packs of rub-ons in Wherever. One are the Ride rub-ons, and the other is the blendable rub-ons. So 2 different rub-on sheets, or I should say 2 different rub-on packs. Each pack has 3 sheets of 6x12s. So what I had thought, I would use, where's my little note? Yes, love this place. So I thought I could take love this place and I could put it in here and have that kind of be part of my little title over here. So it's going to be a little bit plain. So let's see, what if I put something behind it? Maybe I could put that behind it. Love those flowers. Nothing in there. This is the back of the packaging. If you are not familiar with, if you're not familiar with 49 and Market, one of the coolest things I think they do is that you can, their packaging is also artwork, right? Like that's the packaging. Now, this little part down here, those are images of the 3 rub-on sheets, but look at that. That you could use, really you could use that as the base of your list, or you could cut those things out, use them for layering, whatever you wanted to do, but I think that's really fun. All right, so I know I want to use Love This Place. Let's look here. Let's see what we have in here. These are the blendable rub-ons. These I did not show when I did the What's New Wednesday because I had not ordered them. And then later I'm like, wait a minute, I need where are the rub-ons? And I went, well, that's silly. And then I ordered them. So they're available on the website now. What if, let's look. What if, okay, I can't use that because that would work really well, but then you won't really be able to see Love This Place. I need something really basic like that. That's kind of small. Would that work in there? I think we're going to try that. I think we're going to see if we can't make that work. Julie on her list, Australia and New Zealand. Okay, guys, who else? Who else has a travel bucket list? It doesn't have to be anything you've written down, but somewhere that you want to go. Somewhere that you'd like to go. Be a national park. Could be a different country. I have lots of things on my list. Travel is a big part of my life, both work-wise and both pleasure-wise. I've always traveled. And when I say always, my dad was in the Navy. So literally I grew up traveling. All right, we'll pop that right there. Let's get our little stick. And again, I'm just kind of holding on and moving my little, the 49er Market ones sometimes have a little stick. I don't think those 2 packs I opened just had a stick. That or popsicle stick, anything blunt. Really, you could take the edge, like the back edge of a butter knife or something like that. You just don't want anything sharp. You could use a bone folder. All right, let's see how we're doing here. Sweden, Iceland, Ireland, Australia. Justine, I love it. Crafty Karen, Biltmore Estate, yeah? Is that in North? No, I don't know. You better tell me where Biltmore Estate is. I was going to say North Carolina, but I don't know that that is right. South Carolina? Georgia? I know it's somewhere in the South, right? Isn't it? All right, there we go. There's a little bit of background there. So I think what I will do, that's a little bit of background, I think now I will, North Carolina. London, all of England, Scotland, Grand Canyon, and mostly Mandy, every Disney park. See, I love them. Look at lots of Banff National Park, Nancy, Sequoia. Yeah, national parks. We love national parks. Been to Banff. Pam is too. Banff is beautiful. Also went to Lake Louise. I did that, on the same trip. I taught, my gosh, I don't know how many years ago, 6 years ago maybe, at Crop and Create in Toronto. No, not Toronto. That was 4 years ago. 5 years ago, 4 years ago. Anyhow, Crop and Create in Calgary. And then Catherine, who's publisher of the magazine and then also puts on the events, took us being the teachers, the educators, to Banff. And we did high tea at the Fairmont, I want to say. And then drove to Lake Louise. Now, this was winter time. So very, very, very cold, but beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Lake Louise, oh my goodness, the most beautiful place ever. Love this place. All right, so we still kind of have, I probably should have thought about that, oopsie, a little bit more before I did that. Probably should have put that more up there and then put my title, where did that just go? Oh, on the floor. Yikes. I should have put that above a little bit more and then put this below. But what if we do this? And then we're going to have to figure out something else to put there. How about that? We'll do that. Love this place. So place will go right here. I am kind of layering rub-ons, so we'll see what happens there, right? Kind of rub-ons on top of rub-ons. All right. Yes, Crop and Create Toronto, February. Crop and Create Calgary. I think was Colleen. Did I meet you there at Crop and Create Toronto? Crop and Create Calgary. I don't know. I'd have to go look at my camera roll. Was probably 19, maybe 19. It all blends together, huh? Anyhow, always traveled. My dad was in the Navy. We lived in Japan for 4 years when I was growing up. We moved lots of different places to the U.S. But then, so I've traveled, growing up a lot as a kid. When we were in Japan, we would go to the Philippines on vacation. And then my career starting with AT&T, I always traveled, always traveled. And then in scrapbooking, with Scenic Route, with Basic Gray, with Simple Stories, and then now even with my company, lots of traveling. And then Nick and I love to travel. We have that in common. So we do lots of traveling. That's one of the things that we figure that we've worked our whole lives for, and we're at the position now with our kids we're empty nesters, and we save, and because that's one of our big priorities is to travel. So we make it happen, right? We make it happen. All right, so here we go. Whoopsie. I can even, in some cases, use my fingernail to get some of these on. All right, love this place. Now, it's not a particular place, right? It's just somewhere, anywhere. The place is on my bucket list. What if, okay, we know that's way too big, but I know there is another small die cut like that, or that could go there, but that doesn't, butterfly, beautiful, but doesn't really have anything to do with travel, right? But that's fine. I could still use it if I wanted. Let me find there was a smaller die cut little globe. So that could work because there are lots of places on my list that are around the globe. Let's see. Oh, cherry blossoms, Pam, yes. So I don't recall. I was when we were in Japan, I was 4, 5, and 6. So I do not recall cherry blossoms. Definitely would love to do cherry blossoms. Although interestingly enough, okay. So let's segue for a second. That totally goes there, but you know what? I don't like it there. It's too much going on. This guy, it may end up being this guy. It may be there because it just needs to break things up a little bit. We'll see. We don't have to commit yet. Let's work on the other side now. So before I adhere this down, I need to figure out what the width of my list is going to be. So let's grab that white cardstock we were working with before. Let me get these rub-ons out of here. I think they could cause a problem. The way that I work, things end up spewing everywhere. So probably, let's put those in there. All right. Colleen says, I love to travel, miss my calling, should have been a tour guide. Oh, that's fun. Pam, I love that. Said Colleen, it's not too late. Carla said, love traveling with our boys and just the two of us as well. Both enjoyable but different. Yes, very different. It's like traveling with friends. We have a couple of couples. We actually have 3 couples that we've all known each other since college. All of our kids grew up together, so we're all very close. We all travel well together. But it is a different trip when you're traveling with someone else versus traveling just by yourself or with 2 of you, or 2 people. A 2-people trip is definitely different than a trip with more than 2, right? Okay, here we go. Here's my little, this will be the base. Well, my list will be written on this. So we want it to be probably, where's a pencil? Where's a pencil? If you saw how many pens I have around here, like lots of them. Oh, well, I won't worry about the pencil. We'll just have it be on the other side. We'll do this one. So we probably need to go about right there. Let's see how wide that is. Is that going to be tall enough? I think so. Oh, Anne said Michigan. Yes, Michigan. Michigan for cherry blossoms. I love it. Karen wants to go to Iceland and and somewhere in Denmark. Somewhere in Denmark. I don't know how to pronounce that. On the right side, is that going to be a pocket? Wanda, it is. Yes, it is an envelope. It is actually a die cut that is meant to be a pocket because it is pre-scored. So score marks along the side and along the bottom. So I can do that. And then my little list will slide right in there. And I think that's probably about the right height. I think that should work. So let's decide. We may want to, I think we're going to want to bring in some color. So I think we will ink these edges as well because that white against that background is going to be a little bit plain. Like that. I think we want to maybe bring in some color. So let's maybe look for kind of that blue. Let's see what we have. Peacock feathers maybe? So this is a prime example of when your, oh no, wow, I was way off. Of when your swatches, if you're swatching your inks, because as you can see here, I have a lot of blue. It makes it so much easier to go through all of your colors that way, as opposed to pulling out each of your little ink tins or, little ink pad things. I'm thinking faded jeans might be it. Faded jeans. To see what color you want. All right, so I just had to walk across the room. Normally these are much closer to me, but they're in a temporary spot right now. Ooh, you know what? Okay, hang on. I know faded jeans is not right. I can see from over here. It is not right. It looks more like, I don't know, it looks more like Uncharted Mariner. I'm going to try something. We're going to try Uncharted Mariner, and then if we don't like it, then we'll go a totally different direction. Sometimes when you're trying to match as opposed to coordinate, sometimes it doesn't work as well. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying when you're trying to match versus coordinate? Okay, I need this little guy again. Let's see, hang on. France with a tour group, Norway and Germany. Joy Ellen said, traveled around the world for work, but my health is not good for that kind of vacationing. You could still do your bucket list though, right? Georgia Cherry Blossom Festival. Ooh, how fun. Wanda said, I didn't think I wanted that collection, but I may have changed my mind. Thank you, Colleen, for the reminder. Thumbs up, friends. Yes, absolutely. If you'd give the video a thumbs up, that would be awesome. Pam said the Netherlands. Joe, Disney fan, says, don't think you do blue very often. And you know what's interesting? You're probably right, because I usually do like super bright things. I usually do super brights. And we're not, I don't know. This definitely is not a collection that would have like your pinks and your yellows in it, right? All right, let's see. Let's see. I can take, where is the rest of that cardstock that I just had to test it on? Oh, here it is. All right, let's look. This is Uncharted Mariner. We'll see. I mean, you're really just going to see a bit. I think that's great. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're matching instead of coordinating. Probably the reason I ended up with the try to match instead of coordinate is that the colors that would maybe pull in over here are all kind of muddy, right? Kind of like that color would probably go really well, but it's just kind of muddy. And so I don't know if I want to have a muddy on there. So I'm inking the edges just so this list is going to pop a little bit out of against that background. You don't often see me make lists on colored paper, like something like that. It's just not me. Not to say that you couldn't do it, but it's just not me. All right, there we go. Works. Works, works. Look at the difference though. So that's what it looks like without. Like, isn't that amazing how much just that outlining and that inking just makes that little piece pop? Joe Disney fan, said Ohio, Texas, and Tennessee, and Mexico. She also has lots of countries. Maui over Thanksgiving, and Copenhagen in December. Diane currently traveled out. Oh, you know what? I don't think that even exists in my, I don't know if that exists in my world, that traveled out. Like when we were still in Carmel, I started looking at, okay, what's next? Because Nick and I both travel for work, Nick's job in my business. Last night, we kind of have to sit down and plan, really plan, even where we can like get in a weekend. Because there's just lots between trying to get personal trips in and work trips in. So last night we pulled out a calendar and went, oh my goodness, okay, so we've got to get in Harvey. We've got to get our RV trips in too, which sometimes makes things a little bit, yeah. Okay, first world problems, right? Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get this set. I want to take some pretty strong adhesive in order for that pocket to stay down. So I am taking, it is score tape. It is double-sided tape. This one is 1/2 inch. So I am going to open that up and I'm going to put that on those little, just those little scored flaps. Now you can make a pocket just like this. You can just score your own little flaps, right? You could take a piece of pattern paper and just score and make your own little flaps if you wanted. Now here's a trick, and I showed you this trick when we were together last. When you are using double-sided tape like this, it's super sticky. And if you pull it all off at once, you basically have one shot at getting this exactly where you want it to go and getting it to be even. So I don't want to pull it all off. What I want to do is I want to just reveal a little bit of it. So see how I've just peeled off a little bit of it? And then I'm having it poke in, because when I flip it under, it will be poking out. That is going to be a really important piece right there that pokes out. So I want to do that on all of those pieces, all 3 of those pieces. Let's do the same here. And again, I'm folding in because as soon as I fold it under, it will fold out. But that blue all over my fingers now. All right, so by folding only part of that, I've only revealed part of that adhesive. What that does for me is that gives me some wiggle room. Okay, it gives me some wiggle room, meaning I can do this. Look at, nothing is sticking because I've only revealed part of that. I have most of it is still protected. If you've ever used double-sided tape like that before, you know that you basically have one shot. You get it down and then that's where it is because it's super sticky. We like that? Wait, where are we going here? It might be too high. I'm too high. Look I can peel that off. I just lost a little bit of it, but that's okay. We'll go down a little bit more. And then when I think it's where I want it to be, I think that's good. Now I can peel the rest of that out and then press down, and that pocket is going to stay nice and in place for me. Like that. And then like that. All right. So there's my nice little pocket. Look how fun that is. And then that leaves me a lot of room to put not only that list, but I'm also going to slide another list in there. This morning I printed, okay. Oh, it's across the room. This morning I printed a copy of that last list, okay? I printed a copy of that last list that I did in 2021 because I thought it might be fun to also include that behind it. Okay, so it's a little bit small. It is what it is. I wasn't quite sure what size I needed, but it'll be fine. And when I say I printed it, I had a photograph of it, right, from the idea book. So I just printed that image. Because this shows what my bucket list was back in 2021. And there are some things on my bucket list that some places I have visited since then. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to check off where I've been since then. Scotland, Ireland, Bora Bora, Glass Beach, and the Redwood Forest. Okay, so 5 of the places that were on my bucket list in 2021, I have been fortunate enough now to mark off of my bucket list. So some of these will continue to be on my new bucket list, and I also have new ones that'll go on my new bucket list. So I think this could maybe just go right back in there, and you won't necessarily know it's in there until you pull that out and you'll be like, oh my goodness, look at that. Now I thought the other thing I might do is this. That was in 2023. That was in 2023. Those were both the same trip. That was in 2021. Glass Beach was in 2022. And the Redwood Forest was in 2022. Those were the same trip. All right, so there we go. That little guy will stay there. Now, with this list, it may not necessarily be obvious that you can pull it out, right? So I think what I would like to do is to grab one of these little tabs. Those were from the die cut pack. And I could put this little tab right up there. And then that might help you think. Now, you're also going to see some of my writing in there, so that will help also. But I think we'll do that. So actually, let's get our title on here, and then we'll come back and add that little thing. Okay, so I'm going to use, let's see. Hang on, let me scroll up a bit. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. I love that you guys are asking questions and then you guys are answering the questions. That's so awesome. Colleen asked, is there somewhere you would want to go back to? Yes, for sure. Oh, Carmel. Yes. There's 6 things. Carmel was on that bucket list back then too. Thank you. That was in 2024, just last week. And in 2021, in 2021, I knew that we were going to go to Scotland and Ireland because that trip was planned for 2020. That was our 25th wedding anniversary in 2020. So I knew that one would come. But anyhow, yeah. Oh yes, Colleen said, is there somewhere you'd want to go back to? There are, Carmel, absolutely. I will continue to go back to Carmel. Redwood Forest, amazing. Glass Beach, absolutely. Scotland and Ireland, yes. However, it's much easier for me to go back to places like Carmel, the Redwood Forest, and Glass Beach because those are all like West Coast. They're in the U.S. Scotland, Ireland, a little bit more involved. And if I'm going to do a bit more of an involved trip, a much more expensive trip, there are other places that I want to go before I go back there. So I guess I would say, Colleen, to answer your question, if I hit everything on my bucket list in my life for travel, then I would certainly go back to some of the places again. Absolutely. Bora Bora was unbelievable off the hook. But there are other places I want to go, right? So that's kind of a hard question. That's a hard question. Linda May said, I have places that were not on my bucket list, but should have been once I went. Crater Lake was not on my list, but OMG, beautiful place, right? So it's funny because sometimes there are places, like years ago, I'm going to keep working because I'll just sit here and talk the whole time. Years ago, so my sister and brother-in-law live in South Dakota. He grew up in South Dakota. They lived for a time in Custer, South Dakota. Custer is where Mount Rushmore is. And so right after they had moved back there from Utah, my sister kept saying, come visit us, come visit us, come visit us. Kids were little. Kids were like, I don't know, maybe 4 and 7, come visit us for summer vacation. And I remember thinking, are you kidding me? South Dakota is the last place I want to go for summer vacation. We went, and oh my goodness, one of the most amazing trips that we have ever been on. South Dakota is one of the most beautiful places I have ever been. And I literally have traveled all over the world. I mean, it is stunning. So you're right. Sometimes we go places that were not on our bucket list, and then we think, oh my goodness, that should have been on my bucket list, right? I totally agree with you. Ark Encounter in Kentucky. Diane, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Deborah, all great idea. Deborah said, I want to list so badly. You provided me inspiration to do so. Thank you, Wanda. I love that you're cheering Brent Deborah on. Love it, love it, love it. I love it. Yes, Karen, Bora Bora is definitely honeymoon location. Definitely. I mean, it's very much a couple thing. We went with 3 other couples, our friends I was telling you about. Okay. For my title, this is interesting, you guys. This title back in 2021 was not a stamp set. I put it together. I put the title like kind of Frankensteining. I put a whole bunch of different stamp sets, 2 different alphabet stamp sets together for this list. And this year, January, I think this was part of the January stamp release, I released the List Builder Travel Stamp Set. Because look at travel bucket list. But this stamp set, you can do your favorite cities, states, countries, your states visited, your countries visited, your cities visited, your favorite cities, your travel bucket list, a travel packing list, your travel essentials, and then you have all those great travel themed word strips. Roam, enjoy, wander, the view, and they go on and on and on. So that's the stamp set I'm going to be using because guess what? I'm going to do travel bucket list. So, Carla said her trip to South Dakota started us on national park destinations. You guys, I can't even tell you. Linda May said South Dakota was a shocker. Okay, now Karen said, or you can drive straight through South Dakota and see nothing, hardly even a car. So I think it probably depends on where you go, right? Black Hills. The Black Hills are a most beautiful country. Just, I can't even tell you. So, I've really only been to that part of South Dakota other than driving to get there. So I'm sure there are parts that aren't, as maybe as picturesque in South Dakota, just like everywhere, right? Just like everywhere. All right, travel bucket list. So I think what I'm going to end up doing, I think that I will do, okay, we're going to still end up with this over here because I just know that that's just going to be there. So we need something. If I'm doing my little title over here, travel bucket list, I feel like I need a little something over here still. And I don't know what that is. So let's figure before we get too far, let's figure what that is. Just kind of thinking. I've got this little word strip that's already done for me that says a little adventure. Oh, maybe a little adventure goes right here. Oh, it totally does. So if you've been with me for a while, you know that I say this. And if you are new, then just know you'll always hear this from me. If it ever looks like something is missing, like something super plain, you know what the answer is? A word strip. Like, look at right there. That's exactly what we needed there. So that's what I'm going to put there, a little word strip. I like that one. That one says a little adventure. Now, that didn't really do anything up here. Oh, but look at this one. Where to next? Where to next? Maybe this one goes there. Maybe where to next goes there instead. Let's do that. Let's put where to next. And then I think we'll do our title, and then we'll figure out if there's something we want to put around it after that. Where to next? Yes, that could not be more apropos. When I get to this list, we'll see what's on my list. I'll tell you what's next. Carol says we hope to go to Boston next year or this year. So like summertime Boston or what time of year in Boston? Oh, that's another one I got to do. I just remembered there's something that needs to be on my bucket list. New England in the fall. I really want to go. Really, really, really want to go see the leaves in New England in the fall. Now, we have beautiful leaves in Utah, like beautiful. but they're not really the kind of leaves that you see in New England. So we don't quite get the color. We kind of do, but not quite. All right, so stamp, we're stamping. Let's get out our stamping things. I've clearly already used that stamp. Didn't clean it apparently though. That fit? Nope. We'll go to that one. All right. So, I mean, I cleaned it. It's not, there's not ink on it, but it's like stained a little bit from the ink. Oops, didn't quite get that. So I am picking up my stamp from my surface as opposed to putting the stamp on my stamping block. I find when you do that, you have a greater chance of getting things straight. At least I do. All right, so now I need to test this. Always, always, always test, okay? I cannot reiterate that enough. If you do not like stamping, there's probably a couple of reasons. Number one, if you have brand new stamps and you have not conditioned them or primed them before you use them, you probably do not like stamping. The way that at least photopolymer stamps are made, and these are photopolymer, all of my stamps are photopolymer made in the US. The way that photopolymer stamps are made, I don't know about acrylic, but they create a negative of the artwork. And okay, we're good, except for, hang on, I'm going to go a couple different directions here. This is one of the reasons why you test stamp first. Do you see the bottom of the V? There's a little open circle. The reason there's a little open circle there in the bottom of the V, there's like a little piece of lint or a little hair on there. Diane, that big world map is in the wherever ephemera bits. That's that big one. Okay, that guy. Wherever ephemera bits. All right, so there's a little hair or lint right there at the bottom of that V. What happened was, if there's anything on the stamp itself, obviously the ink cannot stick there. So I've just cleaned it off with my chamois, and then, super important, I need to dry it off before I re-ink it. Some of your inks, especially Distress Oxides, pigment-based ink, water reactive. Now this is not a Distress Oxide, but your pigment-based inks, your Distress Oxides especially, are water reactive. So if you have not completely dried your stamp after you have wet it or cleaned it, then you probably won't get the stamped impression that you're looking for because it is wet, even if it's just a little bit wet. So I cleaned it off. I can see there's something on there again. Cleaned it off. I dried it with a microfiber cloth because no lint, right? And then I am re-inking. So we were talking a minute ago about conditioning your stamps and the way that photopolymer stamps are made. A mold is created. They pour the material into the mold. But before they pour the material into the mold, they put something in there so it releases. Kind of like if you're making muffins in a muffin tin, you might spray Pam inside of the muffin tin, the mold. So the stamp material doesn't stick. That's what they do with, hang on, let me clean this again. That's what they do in the manufacturing process of stamps. So they've sprayed a little something in there, and I don't know if it's spray, but let's just call it Pam. It's not Pam, but you can kind of relate to that. They've sprayed something in there that makes it so the material releases. The stamp, it doesn't stick in the mold. When you have a brand new stamp set, that little coating is still there. It's still on the stamp. You can't see it, but it's still there. If you've ever taken a brand new stamp and stamped with it right away, you may not have liked the way that it looked because it may have still had some of that coating on there. So always, always, always brand new stamp set, condition your stamps first. And I've already done that because I've already used this stamp. You can do that a couple different ways. I'll do that on that one just so we can see it. So hang on for a minute. I'm re-inking that. All right, I am not getting enough pressure because of what's going on here because it's rolled underneath itself, but I'm confident enough that that is going to work when I come over here. So, we'll see when I say I'm confident enough, right? Want to get that nice and inked up. And we're going to stamp travel right here. Testing first. Also, I recommend that you stand when you're stamping if you can. That is a big, big thing. If you stand while you're stamping, when you stand, you have a lot more leverage, okay? So if you're sitting down trying to stamp, you have these little T-Rex arms. You don't have enough range of motion in your arms because you're sitting. When you stand, you have much more range of motion. So I think you get a much better stamped impression if you are standing as opposed to sitting. If you can stand, do that. Last thing, you want to be on a hard surface. If you are ever going to a crop or some kind of retreat and you are on a folding table, like 4 foot or 8 foot, you know the tables that I'm talking about, a card table, something like that. I don't recommend you stamp on a table like that. There's too much give, okay? There's too much give. You won't get a good impression. You need that, that hard surface like pushing back at you. So a couple things that if you haven't done a lot of stamping or if you really don't like stamping, those may be some of the reasons why you don't like stamping because you haven't been conditioning or priming your stamps before you use them for the first time. You don't test them out ahead of time, and you're sitting and you're trying to stamp on your bed, okay? Obviously your bed's not going to give you any kind of resistance at all. All right, so there we go. There's my travel. Nice, good impression. Love how that looks. Now we're going to go with bucket list. So when I first got these, I think I only used travel and I did not condition any other stamps, which is do as I say, not as I do. Usually what I do when I get a brand new stamp set, I will condition the whole set at once. The way that I do that is one of the ways you can do it. I'll talk about the other ways in a minute. I use just a rubber eraser. And very gently, I erase over the top of each of those stamps. Now, I'm not in 3rd grade trying to erase the wrong answer on my math test, where I erase so hard that it like tears a hole in the paper, right? I'm not trying to erase ink. I am just trying to kind of remove that whatever coating is on there. So just a little, I don't want to get little eraser tailings. So that's what I do. That's the way I do it. Doesn't have to be the way you do it. That's just the way I do it. What's important is that you actually do it something. So once I do that, I need to clean that off because I do have some eraser on there, right? That's kind of inevitable. You want to then clean that off. And I'm just using my little stamp chamois. You can use a wet paper towel. Some people will use baby wipes. I'm not a huge fan of using baby wipes when you are cleaning your stamps. All baby wipes are not created equally. First of all, whoever they is, say that if there's alcohol in your baby wipe, that can affect your stamp. I don't know that for certain. It's just what they say. So if you want to use baby wipes, you want to get an alcohol-free. But also, some baby wipes have a lot of little fibers in them, like almost like, I don't even know how to explain it, other than to say I bought a lot of baby wipes from Amazon, a big pack, and the first time I used them, they were alcohol-free to clean my stamps. I ended up with lint all over my stamps, and then it was a huge pain to try to get it off. So damp paper towel if you don't want to use something like a chamois. And then if you want to start stamping with them right away, again, you do want to dry them. And I use just a microfiber cloth because it does not, get little lint or little fibers in the stamp. So that's one way to do it. Those 3 things I just showed you are all available a la carte on the website or as a bundle, the chamois, the eraser, and the microfiber cloth. So another thing you can do, some people say, forget all that, just take the stamps and put it on your arm. And I say, okay, then I still need to go through the process of completely cleaning and completely drying, because if I put it on my arm, well, my arm's got all kinds of lotion and all kinds of things on it, dead skin, that I'm then transferring here. So if you do that, you want to make sure to then still go through the process of cleaning. kind of the last way, or at least, I don't know, there's probably 18 other different ways you could do it. But you could actually just start stamping with it. If you just start stamping with it, I always recommend that you do that on scratch paper, because you can stamp with it enough that then that little invisible layer will go away. But you may have to stamp 5 or 6 times before it goes away. It just depends. So here's an example of that. And I just need to do a video on this because I just get tons of questions about how to condition your stamps. It's on the list. It's on the list of videos to do. There's just one I'm looking for to show you an example, because it's, okay, here we go. With this, see the 5s that are lined up there? I did not condition that stamp before I started using it. I just put ink on it and started stamping. So on that first version, it doesn't look bad, right? But you can see there's some places where the ink did not adhere. Ink did not adhere there because the coating, right? So then I re-inked, did not clean, just re-inked, and then did it again. Now, there's new spaces that are kind of splotchy. Re-inked and did it again, and look at, now there's way more spaces that are splotchy. 4 times I had to ink and re-ink before it gave me a good solid impression. So you can do that too. All of that to say, doesn't matter how you do it, but it's important that you do it, because if you right out of the gate stamp on your project without conditioning, you may not like the way that it looks, because it could be super blotchy. It could look something like that where it really is blotchy, right? You just never know. You never know. So always, always, always recommend. And when I do it, I just do the whole set at one time, because then I know they've all been done. All right, so let's go back to this. Let's get bucket list off. I am switching the size of my stamping block. That's another recommendation when you're stamping. The right tool for the job, the right size tool for the job. Now, if I only have one stamping block, it has to be the biggest one I have, because it has to work for all my stamps. But what that means is when I get down to a small stamp like this, or oh my gosh, like that check mark, that will still work, but I have now a lot of extra material here. It's a little bit harder to make sure I get a nice, solid, even, non-swayed one side or the other, top or bottom, left, right, when I have a block that is clearly much larger than the stamp. So I'm going to switch that out for a smaller size stamping block. Let's see, does that fit? Sure does. This is one of mine. That is a 1.625 inch little circle. You'll see that on the website. I am going to pick this up like that. Okay, there we go. And still gonna test it, right? Even though, even if I may have used this before, maybe I used this particular stamp 2 weeks ago, I'm still gonna test it every time I use it. The reason I wanna test it every time I use it is you never know, it could pick up lint or hair or something. You just wanna always get in the habit of testing first. Another thing, especially if you haven't used a stamp before, another thing that your testing can do for you is to help you figure out how much pressure you need to apply. Now, with a stamp like this, I know I need to apply a pretty good amount of pressure because there's a lot of surface area there. But here, I don't need to apply as much pressure because it's a really fine font. It's small and it's fine. If I re-ink that and I apply a lot of pressure, this is what's going to happen. It totally flattens out and kind of blurs those letters. So nothing wrong with that. But the smaller stamp you have, if you are applying too much pressure, it can really affect the legibility of the stamp. Now you can still read that, but if I took one of those little tiny word strips and really pressed hard, it might make it a little bit difficult to read. The other thing that you don't want to do, you want to try not to rock the stamp. I'm really going to over exaggerate that. So when I rock the stamp, you see what happens here? Do you see how it's a little bit more thick towards the top than it is the bottom? Because if you're rocking, you're not applying that even pressure. So my little eye there is just a little fat. Nothing wrong with any of those, but in your testing, those are things you can figure out. You'll figure out with something like this, you really don't need to apply a lot of pressure at all. It's like measure twice, cut once, right? It's like stamp twice and then stamp once. You know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? Travel bucket list. There we go. There's my travel bucket list. All right. So now we will clean. If you like that font that is travel, that is the same font of the Reggie stamp set. The Reggie stamp set is what I used a couple of weeks ago to do the time capsule list. All right, and clean and put away. Always, always, always clean and put away. Clean and put away. All right, so we may use a word strip or two, but let's get moving. All right, so how many things do I have on my list here? I have, oh my gosh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I have a lot. So I think probably what I'll do is maybe something like this again. Is do kind of a little splitter. This guy, I think, let me look at this guy. This might be a little bit too big for what I want right now. Let's see. Will that work on the little stylus? It will. Let's look. I think this might be a little bigger than I want to go with. That would be where I would eventually do that, like my little X in there that I'd visited it. But I think that's bigger that I want to go with. So I'm going to clean this guy off. Now I also have a little heart I could use. I have a little suitcase I could use. I have a couple different suitcases I could use, but I think I'm going to go to the I'm going to go to the bullets and more, maybe? Let's see, that might be too small. There's a little circle there. I also have an X, a little X that I could use. Because then the whole intent of being that, again, if I do this list again in the future, then I could mark those off, the ones I'd hit, crossed off of my list, and then, whoopsie, I didn't get good pressure on that. There's a prime example of, especially something like that. There's an example of pressure. If you are not giving even pressure, look at how then all of a sudden blurry those got. That's why we test, right? All right, so how many did I have? 17? Right? 17? I just remembered something I wanted to use and I don't know where it is. Where are the, sorry, I just got totally sidetracked. Where'd the washi go? There's the washi, but I have no idea where the roll is. Well, I don't know. It's not in my little package of all of my products from this collection. All right, okay, let's just go. Let's just go. 1, 2, sometimes this is dangerous. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The reason I said that's dangerous, I did not measure at all, and there's no specific spacing in between any of them. So we're just gonna do this again. Actually, might as well make it look like the last bucket list that we did. Here's our little ruler, because we need to now put 24 on here, right? Although I probably need to put 2024 somewhere else, because I don't think I have room to put that here now. Sometimes if I'm going to do a lot of writing, I will do something like that. So that, actually, what if we just do here? 2024. Yeah, 2024 travel bucket list. I will do a little separator just so it kind of visually separates that between that, especially if it's all the same color, like it is here. All right, let's do these and then we'll come back. Okay, things on my travel bucket list. Some of these are still from this one. So I still have Tuscany and Greece and Croatia, Denmark. Actually, I can just follow this whole same side of the list, I think. Machu Picchu. Key West. Round Top. Round Top is in Texas. I really want to go to that flea market. New Zealand. Alaska. Okay, then we're ready for this side now. I need to try for these to try to be even, huh? All right. Alaska, Rio, Rome, Sweden. All right, new to come on the list. The Northern Lights. I don't care where I go. I just want to see them desperately, desperately. And that is very difficult because you really have no control of whether you see them or not, right? So hoping. Wait, did I submit up here? Gina at Scrapinology said, Layle, have you ever used any of the pages from your stamp test book on a layout? Some of them look cool. I haven't. Gina, you're not the first person to have said that. Yes, I should one of these days, right? Because it'd be a great background. Kind of like Vicky, my friend Vicky Booten talks about when she does a lot of mixed media. A lot of her mixed media things that she plays on actually then later become background for projects, or sometimes she'll create die cuts out of them, like cut shapes out. But yeah, I think that'd be really fun. Crafty Karen, you're going to Round Top next week. Oh, how fun. Oh, how fun. Carol's Boston in the summer. Your son is getting married in October. Arcadia National Park in the future. Ooh, in the fall. That sounds beautiful. Wanda. I don't know, Wanda. Your comment, I'm not sure if that would... Oh, maybe Carmen. I'm not sure. I missed a conversation. I will stay out of that because I don't know what it was. Maureen said, I love listening to your bucket list because it's giving me ideas for my own. My husband and I are going to Italy in May, and that is at the top of my bucket list. Maureen, good for you. That's so fun. Hi, Susan. Susan said Round Top's been on her bucket list for years. Carmen's New Zealand, yes. Sandy said Round Top can be a zoo. Yes, I'm sure it can be. Wanda said we're not very big travelers. We just go to the same old places. So you know what, Wanda? You could turn your list into our favorites, our favorites that we go to. Or if you go all the time you're in Montana, all the time you love to go to Montana, your favorite places in Montana, or maybe some of the places you haven't gone. Maybe we've been to Montana 1,000 times, but these are some of the places in Montana that are on my bucket list. Colleen, Austin is another place on my bucket list. Colleen, for music, is that why? I'm just curious. What do they call the one in Austin? The big music. South by Southwest. I think that's what that one is, yeah? I know you like music. Northern Lights. Glacier? No. Crater Lake. What's the one in Oregon? Is it Crater Lake? It's not Glacier. Crater Lake? I think it's Crater Lake. I can't write it yet. I need someone to make sure to tell me. I think it's Crater Lake in Oregon, yeah? I'm going to skip that one. The Maldives. I think it looks very similar to Bora Bora, Maldives. New England in the fall. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So what did I miss? Oh, I know. I missed Destin. I want to go to Destin, Florida. Destin, Florida looks really pretty to me. Crater Lake. Yes, it's Crater Lake. It's Crater Lake, not, I had put down Glacier, but it's Crater Lake. Okay, friends, there we go. There is my travel bucket list, okay? Some of those places I may never go to, especially if I don't get to some of these places quickly, like I'm thinking Machu Picchu. Machu Picchu involves someone that needs to be really healthy, right? I think, like if you want to hike it, so that's probably would need to be sooner than later in my lifetime. New England in the fall, as long as there's fall, that can probably wait because it's, you know, driving, so I'd probably be okay there. Rio de Janeiro, I just always has looked really cool to me. That's probably an earlier than later thing for me. I don't know. Anyhow, those are the things. Now, what I was going to do, I was going to create, because I knew I'd end up with some extra space here. I think we're going to do a little bit of layering here. What I really wanted, though, was I really wanted one of those little stamps. The stamps from the... So this you will not really see. You won't see any of this until you take it out of the pocket. So that could work there. I really want that washi. I just don't know where it is. So what I'm going to try to do, I think I'm going to try to see if I can't pull one of these off of here. This guy could work. The washi, this is postage stamp washi. It's called postage stamp washi because it's perforated. Oh, Layle, I might just have to figure out, I don't know what I would have done with it. Let's just try to perforate that off. And maybe this guy. Maybe we can get this guy off. Oh, Nick is doing so great at his, he's even doing things on his list that aren't on the list. He's cleaning the windows right now. He's so funny. You guys know, I mean, stop that. Sorry. He's knocking at the window from outside. You guys know listing is my jam, right? But it's also functional. This is just fun. Although I'm telling a story, right? I'm telling my story. This is all things about me. I'm telling my own story, right? Making a list, telling a story. But listing has always been, I mean, I make lists for everything. If I've got a to-do list, I make a list for everything. Nick and I have been married 29 years in May. And he recently told me he does not like it when I make him lists. He really does not like it when I make him lists of things to do. But I'm like, well, dude, then how do you know what you need to do? Yeah, I think he's not opposed to lists. I just think he does not like his wife making him to-do lists. Yeah, oh well, whatever. Okay, that's gonna go there. This will just cut off. I was able to pry that little stamp off, that washi piece off. We do that, and then maybe, about this place. That little guy's going there. And then I think we'll just do this place right there. So we just made like a really small little cluster. This is chipboard. So it's from the chipboard pack. It's probably a little bit thicker than I want it to be. So here's a trick. Carmen, I think you taught this in one of my, I think you shared this in one of my classes a couple of years ago. I think it was you. If you're working with chipboard and it's too thick, you can peel some of the layers off because chipboard is just layers of paper. So, actually I need a better paper piercer than that. That's not, there we go. Now, when you do this, you got to make sure when you're on camera not to poke yourself in the finger. Actually, you never want to poke yourself in the finger, but especially if you're on camera. So look, I just peeled off about half of that material. So now it is not as thick. And if I wanted to, I could keep peeling off. But I'm not going to worry about it because it's going to go in a little pocket, so it'll be fine. This place, there we go. All right, there is my travel bucket list for 2024. It is going in its cute little pocket over here. We used one of those little envelope. Okay, all right, friends. Now, I'm not complaining, okay? So just please understand I'm not complaining. But we do have to ask ourselves why Nick decided to clean the windows in my craft room when I'm filming. But I think he's done, so sorry about the noise, but that was funny. Yeah, that was funny. All right, so there we go. There's our travel bucket list. I did want to go back to one last thing. I was going to use one of these little tabs up here, like that. Oh, but not the brown one. Oh, I don't know. Maybe no, not the brown one. I think we want the blue one. We're just going to put that little blue one. That may help you see that, maybe pull it out. I don't know. Because there is a second list behind it. I could write pull on there, I guess. We'll see. Just get a little bit of adhesive right there in the back of that little. I'm going to end up putting, actually I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna end up putting another one on the back, even though you won't ever really see it, but I think I feel like I should do that just because it will give it a little bit more stability if I put another one on the back. We'll just put this brown one on the back. So if I wanted, I could add more things on the back of that list, I suppose. All right, so there we go. And then I think I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna write pull on there, right? P-U-L-L, pull. Okay, last thing. I will do the same thing here. I'm going to get rid of some of this extra chipboard here. Let's see how we're doing here. All right, just getting a little paper piercer or something behind that to try to help separate those layers for you. Make it a little bit easier. I have done this before and literally stabbed myself on camera, live, and then scramble for a Band-Aid. And that's when I realized that in a pinch, washi tape works as a Band-Aid. All right, it's just too thick. It's just too thick for what I want it for, just because I'm in a traveler's notebook. Don't get me wrong, I love chipboard, I love dimension. But in this case, sometimes in a traveler's notebook, I try to steer away from things that have a lot of extra added bulk, because then it makes it sometimes a little bit harder to write on. All right, we're good to go. So now let's go ahead and put it into my traveler's notebook. If you missed this part earlier when I was saying that I worked on this off of the page, the reason I did all of this off of the page is as I start to get towards the end of an insert, it gets a little bit harder to work. Hello, Vicki Booten. Vicki, are you on your cruise? Are you still on your cruise? You're in between cruises. You're in between cruises, right? You're in between cruises. What was I talking about? I was talking about mixed media and doing something. Oh yeah, yes, I remember. It's Wherever from 49 and Market. Quick hydration break. So yes, Vicki, tell us where you are. Where are you? What tropical part of the world are you in today? Okay, so I did my lists off the page because when I start to get towards the end of the insert, it gets a little bit harder to work this way. Oh, you're in the thriving metropolis of Orlando Airport. You're on your way home right now? I thought you had another one. Okay. So now I need to go ahead and hear this. Now I'm not going to use my regular tape runner for that. I'm going to go back to my double-sided tape. I'm going to go back to double-sided tape for this. It's the same tape that I used when I did the little pocket there. But I'm going to use double-sided tape for this because I need to make sure that this piece sticks all the way here. It's got some gravity it's dealing with. It's going to want to pop up. So I need to get it nice and adhered, strong adhesive along that inside edge. That's where this score tape comes in handy. And I am just going to use that score tape, since I'm here, on that whole piece. On that whole piece. Oh, spring break. Yeah, spring break in the US, huh? Karen, let's see. Karen said, what a rough life in between cruises. So she's working. Actually, Vicki is working, teaching. So she's teaching. And I will tell you that whether it be on a cruise or whether it be in Hawaii or wherever it is, if you are teaching, You feel very fortunate to be in a lovely place doing it. However, it's still work. It is very much still work, and almost even a little bit harder. And I won't speak for Vicky, I'll just speak for myself. Almost a little bit harder because when you're on a cruise, let's say you're on a cruise like that, or let's say if I was teaching in Hawaii at an amazing resort in Hawaii, have not been, but let's just say, it's hard to relax because you are there teaching, and people see you and want to be with you and talk to you, and so you're kind of always on. So yes, 2 back-to-back cruises would be amazing, but I will tell you, I am sure that Vicky is probably exhausted beyond exhausted. All right, can we get a Layle and Vicky? Colleen, I missed it. Oh, I missed it, Colleen. I missed it by a minute. It was 12:34. That's my angel time. I missed, oh boy. I missed it. Okay, that I did not do well at all. I'm not paying enough attention here. All right, we need to get this one straight. Layle, let's get it on straight. And I saw Laura Lee is in here too. Hi, Laura Lee. Laura Lee is one of my 2 amazingly talented, wonderful human being design team members. All right, here we go. So there we go. There's our list, our little pocket. This is my current travel bucket list. And then I printed out, took a photo and printed out the last travel bucket list I did, which was from 2021. All right, so there we go. Those are the places I want to go. Let's hope in 3 more years that I have some more things crossed off. Laura. Okay, I always like to shorten people's names, but I also realize that not everybody likes that. So I'm glad that you said Laura is okay, because then I'll just call you Laura. Okay, Laura. Then that means you can call me Lay. There was something floating around. I'm just going to clean this. I'm going to pick up all of these products, and then we'll move on to our next list. Okay, friends? But while I'm cleaning up, I might as well chit-chat. I saw something on Facebook or something this morning, when then they say, take this name and then take this and then match it with this, and then this is your new nickname. Although usually they say it's your female dancer name, if you know what I mean. The one this morning was to take the syllable of your first name, repeat it twice, and then put la in there, and then put the last thing you ate. So let's play that little game. Take the first syllable of your first name twice, and then the word la, and then what you ate. So for me, my name would be Layle La Chowder. Layle La Chowder. That's my name. Layle La Chowder. I don't know why I gave an Italian flair to that, but my name would be Layle La Chowder. Gina, Gigi La Eggplant. Oh my gosh, that's fun. Okay, guys, let's play that game. If you're in the chat, tell us what yours would be. So, first syllable of your first name twice. So mine would be Layle, and then the word la, Layle La. And the thing that you last eat. Well, I did this morning when I had breakfast. So we had clam chowder last night. So I didn't put the word clam in there. Layle La Chowder. Cassie, Caca La Quest. Quest or queso? Joy La Chow Mein. Lore La English Muffin. Stacy. So Stacy, you'd be Stay La Eggs. Share La Shrimp. Caca La Cheerios, Car La Vodka. Oh, Carmen, I like it. Quest Bar, you're okay. There we go. Caca La Quest. Oh my gosh. Chris La Sammy, Min La Grilled Cheese, Jack. Ooh, Jacqueline, Jack La Edamame, Mama La Salad, Vic La Chicken. Oh, TM Rude, TT La Lemon Tart. You can just be TT La Tart. TT La Tart. Mama La Biscuits and Gravy. Oh, and Lizzie's Biscuits and Gravy are like the most amazing heaven on earth thing I've ever had. And I don't ever eat biscuits and gravy. I've never had biscuits and gravy until I had Lizzie's. Deb La Croissant. Oh, there we go. Deb La Croissant. Deb La Butter. Kel La Popcorn. Fra La Tart. Oh, Francis, that's good. Fra fra la tart. Pam Pamela ribeye. Papa la stuffed dressing. Oh my gosh, you guys. Let's see. Jesse. Jeje la ribs. Jeje la ribs. Carla sandwich. Oh my goodness, you guys. Those are so funny. I love it. Okay, those are funny. That's a fun little, like, especially if you have little kids in your life, grandkids, kid teacher, Marilee. I don't know. That'd be an interesting one. Marilee, if you did that with your first graders, right? That's kind of a fun one. It causes lots of little giggles. It causes lots of giggles. Okay. All right. Next list. Oh yeah. Let me just get these things picked up. And then we will move on to our next list. Our next list is in the news. So we're doing 4 lists today. Next list is in the news. In the news for the month of February. This one will go pretty quick because this is going to be a 1-page list for me. A 1-pager. But I have to get these things picked up because this will send me down a path of, it'll just be too crazy in here. Too cray-cray in here. We'll just throw all these things in. I'm throwing them into something that is one of my brand new products that you will see revealed, available on Friday, March 22nd. Those products will go live at 8 a.m. Pacific time. There are plenty, so don't worry. And I'll be doing a live Friday at 8 a.m. Pacific time, Friday the 22nd of March next week, showing you all of my new products. And then, but I'm putting them over here in a little thing that you just can't see it. You just can't see it. Just can't see it. Oh, you guys, I had to resist so much restraint this week. I can't even tell you. I'm proud of myself, but I'm sad. I mean, not sad, but I did the right thing, and sometimes it's hard to do the right thing, right? So, little hiccup with the printer with the idea book. Good news is it had not gone to print yet when we figured this out on Monday, which is good. So, fixed. However, now that puts the idea book here probably the 28th or 29th instead of the 22nd. So I will still have something to show you on the 22nd, just not shipping until the 29th. So this is the restraint I showed. The printer said, so, okay, we can go to press right now, but you will not see a physical proof, meaning a printed proof from the printer. Now, I could print all the proofs that I want on my end, but I learned last time, sometimes things look a little bit differently. And we had to make a change when we did the first idea book. Well, they had to make a change. Something happened in their process. We didn't have to make the change. They did. And so he said, we can hit your date, but you will not have a physical proof to look at and approve before we go to print. And I'm like, oh, gosh. I was so tempted, but I thought, you know what? Nope, can't do it. Because you know Murphy's Law. I'm going to get a physical proof, and it's going to look great. And that's what we'll see next week. We'll see a physically printed proof. I do the physical proof, it's going to be great. We would have been fine. I don't do the physical proof, there would have been an issue, and then I would have printed lots and lots and lots of idea books with the printer and had an issue. So we're good. Little hiccup, but that's okay. Little hiccup. Marilee, tell her I said hello. Crafty Karen, sneak peek. No. I got to keep some surprises. I felt like a grown-up when I made that decision.
You got my list yet?
What? I'm not at your list yet. You're going to have, my goal is you're going to have all the things crossed off your list when we get to it. No. Okay, hold on. Let's see Nick. Nick would be Nick LaChowder. Nick LaChowder.
What?
No, we're just a funny thing that we did. Okay, let's see. Vicky, am I home in May? I'm going to see you in April, right? But let's chat today or tomorrow. Possibly in May, but I don't know because we were looking at our calendar last night. I'm not sure. But you're always welcome. We just got to find the time. We got to find the date, not find the time, find the date. So this afternoon or tomorrow, reach out. Because I'd love to have you. You know that. All right, second list is in the news. So, in the news is a list that we do once a month. It's another one of our kind of, whoopsie, repeaters. We do in the news once a month. Hang on, I'm just grabbing the stamp set. Within the news, it is a list of just news events that hit my radar. So anytime we get ready to do this list, there's a couple things that we need to chat about first. Okay, these are super important things. Just the facts. I always agree to limit anything on this particular list to just the facts with no commentary. I ask you guys to do the same in the chat. News can be very divisive. It can be very political. It can be very opinionative. It can get very, divisive, right? So I just ask in the chat that you refrain from any kind of, other than just the facts, any kind of commentary on any news events. So I will do that. I would ask you guys to do that the same, because I know you didn't come here to get any commentary about the news. You came here to have fun, and that part would not be fun, right? The other thing is, anytime I sit down to put together this list, or we talk about a list like this, I always get a bunch of questions about where do I get all my news things? Maybe about a year ago, I put together a list, surprise. It is linked in the blog post for today. So in the description box of the video, you will see a link to the blog post that has today's blog or today's listing topics. On that blog post, there is a link to, I think, a list of probably 10 different news sources that I put together. They are different email blasts, I guess, that you can subscribe to. They're all free. But I did my best to cover all the spectrums, left, right, and center. Okay, so there's some really conservative ones, there's some really liberal ones, there's some that are in the center. I don't subscribe to all of them. I subscribe to some of them. Doesn't matter which ones I subscribe to, doesn't matter which ones you subscribe to. But that is part of the way that I know what's happening in the news, because I might get an email 5 days a week saying, here you go. As those things pop into my inbox, or I'm watching the Today Show or hearing something in the background, I'll just, I have a list going on my phone, and I write those things on the list on my phone. And then when we sit down to make this list, I pull those things off of my phone, and then I write them in my little handy dandy workbook so that we can work from those. So that's what we have. This is a single page list. I have done a list like this, kind of similar to this a couple times. And I'm going to make another pocket, but I'm not going to make a pocket. I'm going to use a library card pocket with my library card stamp and some photos. Sometimes in the past, I've made a pocket using the typewriter stamp from in the original in the news. I will give you guys a hint. Actually, I think I probably already told you this. One of the things that you will see coming on Friday, not one, not two, but 3 metal die sets. Metal dies, they're here. So one of the metal dies, after many requests, is the metal die that goes with the typewriter, okay? But sometimes when I do in the news and I use the original in the news stamp set, I make a little pocket with the typewriter, and then I put my list in that pocket that I create with the typewriter. In the past, I had to stamp it and then fussy cut it, but now there's a die for that. So this will be a different kind of pocket. I am going to use 2 papers from the Noteworthy collection. Yes, very excited for metal dies, Laura. And Crafty Karen. Yes, I think that's what the wow was. I got distracted because Carmen said we need to invite Post Malone. Yes, because Post Malone, I don't know, I know where he lives, but not exactly, about 10 minutes from my house. Post Malone, if you don't know, Post Malone is a music artist. All right, so 2 papers from Noteworthy. These are both from the Noteworthy paper pad. This is going to be the base for my list, and that will be 4 by 4 3/4 by 8, because it's 6 by 8. So it doesn't really matter where I trim it, except, this trimmer. I do not like this trimmer because it's never straight. All right, here we go. 4 3/4 by 8. All right, that will be the width of my list. And then I am going to do library card pocket, like that. I will end up tucking my list and my photos into that pocket. This is kind of plain, so I thought it might be fun to take a piece of this and adhere it to the front of my library card pocket. So that is one big sticker. Library card pockets, these big stickers available on my website. So I think what we'll just do is, I kind of like that little pink there. I think we'll just go ahead and figure out where we want to trim this, where we want to trim it, like maybe right here and maybe right here. Alrighty. And then I'll do my little stamping on there. So In the News started originally back in August of 2020. August of 2020 is when I started doing About Last Month lists. And way back then, I was including In the News on my About Last Month lists. And that just got to be too much because my About Last Month lists just were always having a lot of things on them. So it was too much. So I decided to split them out. I don't know, maybe a year later? I don't know. Anyhow, we've been doing In the News lists for a while, and it's just kind of a neat way to recap the news events. Again, time capsule, right? It's basically a time capsule. It's a snapshot of the news events, a particular point in time. All right, so there we go. I think what I can do here, these are in the news for February, so I could probably just write February in there. We'll see. All right, I am going to use something from the In the News to stamp set. Let's look at here. Oh yes, this is a little trick I'm going to share on Friday at 8 a.m. Pacific time. If you're trying to get your stamps out of, say, a stamp sleeve, you just, I have put white cardstock behind all of mine, pull it out, put it in front, and then pull them out together. Makes it easy to pull it out. Though it'll make sense on Friday why I want to show you that little trick, okay? That's a little hint as to something that's coming. It's not white cardstock. All right, so there's news. News could go there. And then what if we did, that's too wide. We don't want to do, whoopsie, Layle. News goes here. This is too wide right there, but we could do what happened. We could do In the News, news. We kind of don't need to do in the news, news, because news is news. But we could, monthly highlights. How about we'll do monthly highlights, and then we'll do February right there. I think that will be great. All right, so I am going to grab, now here's one of the things that's a little bit tough. I was thinking maybe, I know what I'll do. Okay, I got it. I was thinking, when you're pulling photos, so these are the photos that I will be using. These obviously all came from the internet. So when I have my list of things that are going on my In the News list over here, then I look at that list and I find photos that I could use with those items. So I just go to Google and, for example, I, Googled Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl. And then I found a bunch of images and I just find one that I want to use, save it to my camera roll. Then I use the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer to print this out. This is a 5x7 photo. That is one 5x7 photo. I use the Epson Creative Print app to print all of these little photos on that one photo. This morning, someone had posted in the Facebook group, if you are in the market for the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer, it is linked in the description box of the video under what I'm using. As of this morning, US $199, which is about $50 off, which is a really good price. So that's linked in the description box of the video. Also in the description box of the video is a link to a video that I put together showing you how to use that Epson Creative Print app and a bunch of the little tips and tricks that I've learned in the last 5 years that I've been using that printer to make it really easy to kind of do this kind of thing, okay? But a lot of times it just, for whatever reason it is, there must be some psychology behind photos on the internet with the news. There's always, well, part of it is probably because it's very political, but there's always a lot of red and blue, 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 which kind of sometimes dictates what product that I use over here, but I'm not going to let it dictate this time. What I was thinking of doing, but now, which I don't think I will do, I thought it might be kind of fun to stamp that in pink, but then that will look really odd. So I think what I'm going to do is stamp it in a blue. So then it'll kind of at least pull in a little bit of that blue, right? So let's see what blue we might like to use. Again, going back to my little swatches, let's see. What I kind of like to do is maybe try to pull something like that that's a little bit lighter, right? I am thinking, ooh, I think Salty Ocean. Let's go with Salty Ocean. Salty Ocean. All right, I just got to figure out where that is over here. Salty Ocean. Okay, let me just put this back so I don't mess Denise and Lily up. Oh, they won't be mad at me, but they'll be like, oh, I can't believe you did that. All right, here we go. Salty Ocean. Past the muffins, right? Wanda was making muffins, numb. Gina said, I'm so glad you mentioned that printer. You got one and love it. Yeah, I will tell you guys. That printer is a pretty amazing little piece of equipment. It prints 5x7s, 4x6, and 3.5x5, and it prints beautifully, right? It prints beautifully. All right, so I've already conditioned that. I've used that in the past. Let me grab my stamping block and my little test notebook here. Let's see how our Salty Ocean looks. Yeah, that's what I'm going to use. We'll put it down and then pick it up from the work surface. That just, I find I have a lot more control over placement on the stamping block that way. It's funny. The idea of dies, really cool, and they are actually, metal dies are really cool. They just, when you see them, they just don't, it's just a little piece of metal. It does not look very exciting when you see them. You know what I'm saying? So when I show you the metal dies on Friday, it's like, oh, they do, it's so cool what they do, but they just, you know, it's just a little metal, piece of metal. All right, there we go. We're gonna like that color. I think that will be, yes, there we go. So it's not like a plain old Jane navy blue, right? Has a little bit more excitement to it. All right. Yeah, somebody said I don't use blue very often earlier. It's true, I'm a like creature of habit. I would say the color I probably use the most is probably Kitsch Flamingo. I just love it. Okay, there we go. There we go. Gina said I took the printer on a 2-month road trip last year and was able to print along the way instead of when I got home. That can make a huge difference, right? That can make a huge difference. I know. Sometimes when I travel, I take it too. If I know I'm going to have time to work on something, just because it's so easy. There we go. All right. So then I think we'll do our little monthly highlights above that. What do we think? Monthly highlights. And then we'll just write February in there. All right, let's clean up. Well, we'll clean them all up at the same time. So we need a different size block because always, always, always use the smallest block that you have. You'll have a lot more control when you are right sizing your block to your stamp, right? So look at that guy fits really well. It would still also work on that one, but it just then doesn't give me as much control because there's so much extra space, so much extra real estate, which means that my little stamp can be moved. Not my stamp's not moving around on me, but the block can kind of, anyhow. If you have multiple sizes, play with it, and then you'll know exactly what I mean. But sometimes if you only have one size, then you got to go with the lowest common denominator, and you got to go with the biggest one you have, and that's what you have, so you make it work. Okay. Do you see what I did there? Let's just talk about that. I re-inked and stamped again because that first one, do you see how there's some space? I don't know how close I can get that so you can see it without it getting really blurry. But there's some spacing in kind of the G and the H. It's just kind of blotchy. Whoopsie, there we go. It's just kind of blotchy. I don't know if you, sorry. I've got about a 10-second delay, so I can't see what you guys are seeing until, there we go. So I just re-inked and stamped again, and all that blotch went away. Alrighty. Oh, I have an idea. I just had an idea. Okay, there's monthly highlights. Now, I could just take my little pen and write February in that box. But guess what? I do not have a salty ocean colored pen. Now I know I have a salty ocean colored watercolor pencil, but that won't give me the look that I want. What will give me the look that I want is a February stamp. So that February stamp just so happens to be in my handwriting too. So hang on. Okay. Clean. I'm going to put this away for now. Although I'd probably do one more thing with that. I'm going to grab out the 2024 About Last Month stamp set. And I have the months all written out in my own handwriting. February, which means I can have the exact same color that I want. But now I'm thinking of something. I probably don't want that there. I'm actually going to use that on the library card because we'll put something else there. Where'd the little library card go? The pocket. Oh, here it is. All right, so this is going to go there. Notice how I did all my stamping before I adhered it to this. I just figured it would be easier that way. I wouldn't run into any like potential little, like this one has, I can feel it like the paper's folded under, which could have just, you know, anyhow. Easier just to stamp it and then adhere. That goes there. And then this guy is going to go here, but I'm not quite ready to put that on there yet. Let's deal with our photos for a second. So, that's a 5 by 7, and it has two columns of photos, right? 1 and 2. So if I split those apart, I can create little photo strips. So I do this every so often. Usually when you see me do it, I am doing it with still a 5 by 7, but I'm doing it with 3 little photo strips. So I'll show you. April, about last month, page 18. Okay, April. Oh, you know what? It's in the new idea book. Okay, so let's just do this. Let's do this. Somebody was asking about a sneak. I think she was asking about a different kind of sneak earlier, but let's just do this. This is my at-home printed proof of the idea book. Let's look at the new idea book about last month, page 12, April. So here is an example right here of doing 3 photo strips. So you can see the shape of those photos a little bit different than this one because still a 5 by 7, but on that 5 by 7 there were 3 photos across and here there were just 2. So adding your little photo strips to that. So that's the new idea book. But just know it's not really like that all stapled together. That's just my proof. See, there's all the little printer marks and everything. So, just a different way of doing that now. And I use that Epson PictureMate printer and then the Creative Print app, because now look what I can do. I can take these little guys, tuck them in there, tuck them in there. So there are my little photos. Now I can do my list. So, and really, I guess if you didn't want to do a list, you could just have your photos, but that's kind of why we're here, right? We kind of like to list. So I need to, now I'm going to stamp library card. And my February, I'm going to stamp on the library card. So we need white cardstock again. Did I use all of that? Nope. Okay. White cardstock. There is the library card stamp. Library card stamp fits all of your standard like library pockets, including the ones I have on the website. Now for this, I need a larger stamping block. So I am going to go to I have two options. I can use the, if I don't have a larger stamping block, I can actually use the pencil board, my pencil board for that. This is too small. So I can go to that guy. My little nesting blocks here. We'll use that little man. And we'll get him set up on there. Actually, let's see if we can pick it up. That is stained pink. It is stained pink because it stamped recently 200 library cards for a make and take using Kitsch Flamingo. So that much stamping with that same ink is just going to discolor that material. It's not affecting, I can put yellow on there and the yellow would be fine, but that's just what why it looks a little pink. Okay, I think we probably want to do a black for the library card. So, let's see. The months in my handwriting. Let's see. Laura and Carmen both said love the months in my handwriting. Yes, thank you. That's not something that I would normally do, but I hear you guys loud and clear because you say you want more stuff with my handwriting. So I did those months that are part of that 2024 About Last Month stamp set. Not for this, maybe National Scrapbook Day. We'll see. I will have another type of product that will have my the months and the days of the week. Not a stamp. Not a stamp. So just know, always fun things to look forward to. All right, I'm just trying to make sure I've got that all nice and inked up. And I'm going to cheat. I'm not going to test this because I can just kind of test it on this. And if it doesn't work, I can turn it over. I mean, it's going to work, but I mean, if I didn't get it all inked where I needed to ink. Here is kind of a, if you like using library cards, and you have the library card stamp or you get the library card stamp, it's not a bad idea to just pre-stamp a whole bunch of them. Because, and I would never pull one of those on camera. I would never pull one I had already stamped because I think it's helpful just to see the process. But maybe I'm working on a personal project and I didn't quite get it even enough there, but that's going to be okay. I might want to have a stash of those already just pre-stamped so that whenever I'm needing a library card, I can just get it. Carmen said library card stamp is her favorite. Stephanie, I'll answer your question. That's a great question. I'll answer that in 1 second. Yeah, that library card stamp is one of my top sellers. It is one of the very first stamps that I did. because, that I released, because I love using library pockets for all different kinds of things. And I was using regular library cards. So the problem with the library card is you have all this stuff on there that gets in your way of writing, like all the stuff that you'd need to know on a library card, right? So I made a library card stamp. So I can still use the library cards in pockets, but not have all that stuff get in the way. Stephanie asked, what is a pencil board? So you have not seen me use a pencil board today because I have not been stamping directly into my traveler's notebook. Once we start to get to the end, it makes it a little bit more difficult to try to stamp on something like this. Usually I need to hold on. I might need a clip or something like that to try to be able to stamp. But when I do stamp in my traveler's notebook, so let's say this would be a prime example. When I created this page, this list, that is a stamp. That is from my All the Things stamp set. And it is stamped directly on the insert. Look at, Vicki, if you're still here, I've got inky fingers. I'm stamping directly on the insert. A pencil board is a fancy name for something that you set underneath a page, something else, in order to give yourself a flat surface to stamp on. So that becomes really important. If you are stamping in a traveler's notebook, you need to be aware, since you can't take the page out and stamp on your solid surface, you need to be aware of what's underneath it. Because even a couple pages back, I have cardstock stickers. If I am not giving myself a nice flat surface to stamp on right here, I could be running into those little lumps and bumps from things that have happened before that, and that's going to affect my stamped impression. So pencil board, you slide underneath a page that you're working on. I make pencil boards, and that is just a 1/8 inch thick piece of acrylic, rounded corners, so that when you slide it under your page, you're not like poking holes in anything. This has, they all have a grid pattern on them so that you could use it for a large stamping block if you wanted. It would help you line up your stamps. They come just etched, so all of this is white. Mine is blue because I then take acrylic paint and just a little bit of finger painting, dry rub with a paper towel, so not wet, dry. And when you dry rub that, it deposits the paint into the etched marks and then takes it off of the other part. So that's pencil board. But you can make your own pencil board. You could use a thick piece of chipboard. You could cut up like a placemat or something like that. You just want something solid that you can slide underneath. You are welcome. Okay. All right. We are back here. Usually, I talk about that. It's just we haven't talked about it today because I haven't needed to use one because everything is off the page to start. All right, so just trimming out our little guy here. Reg, I just opened the door for you. Why are you still crawling? Why are you still clawing? I don't know. He's clawing at the glass door. It's very odd. He just started doing that last week. He's never done that before. All right. So now this little guy can go in here. My list will be in here, but you'll still see my little photos above that. So before, when I was going to stamp February right here, I started thinking, guess what? Maybe I should do February right here instead. And if I do February, oh goodness, Reggie. Hello, incoming cat. Sorry about that. Oh, let's see. Will you stay in your little bucket right here? Will you stay in your bucket if I put you in there? Because otherwise, I'm going to have to take you out. You're going to have to go outside. Outside of the room. That was funny. Incoming. Sorry about that. Hi, Reggie. Yeah. He likes to be in here when I'm working. He likes to be here. All right. So I have a couple of different, maybe smaller stamps that I could use. I've got a little TV. I have a little computer. I've got lots of things. I think maybe I'll put that little TV right next to it. Hi, Peggy. Nice to see you. If I like Dave M. Peggy said, hi, just rewatching and checking out the live while on the road. Just wondering if you like Dave M. I don't know who Dave M is. I probably need a little bit more reference there. I don't know. Should I like Dave M? I don't know. Where? Stamping blocks. Where did my thing of stamping block? And so this is really funny. I have this little white IKEA bin. It's probably this big. I don't know, maybe like 13 by 15 by 12. I don't know. Oh, Dave Matthews. Oh my goodness, yes. Love Dave Matthews. Love, love, love Dave Matthews. For some reason, I thought you were thinking under the cutter. Yeah, no, it's my whole little box. I thought you were, for some reason, I was thinking like podcast or something. Yes, love Dave Matthews. Oh, there it is. Okay. So, I don't want to use that stamping block. Too big. I mean, if that's all I had, that's what I would use. But I like to right size if I can. Right size. And that February works there. And then I want a different one for that guy. These are my little round acrylic stamping blocks. Okay. So these are, I produced this little set of round stamping blocks. These are great for your smaller stamps like this that are bigger than, like your mini icon stamps work great on this. So bigger than one of your bullet stamps, but still really small. You don't want to use a giant stamping block for something that's so small because you don't get as much control as you need. It's all about control. All about control. Well, we might as well continue on with the blue, I think. We better stamp February 1st, and then we'll know where that goes. So back to Salty Ocean. Yeah, he's just like jammed himself into that little container. That little IKEA bin. It's quite funny. Not the stacking ones. I don't know, Carmen. Stacking ones. What does that mean? The stacking ones. Oh, yeah, no. Yes, not the stacking ones. Sorry. Yes, stacking ones are over there. Nope, I was looking for something different. All right, there we go. There's February. Does anybody else do that? Or if you're like spelling Wednesday, you're like Wednesday or February. All right, so let's do February here. Actually, I think this will go probably about right here. Because this is in the news for February. And then here's my little TV set. My little TV. Now, you may not watch your news on the TV, but that's okay. It's just a little icon, just a little decoration. Okay, friends, I'm starting to get hungry. What's for lunch? Tell me, what's for your lunch? There we go. Okay, my February in the news. What is on your lunch? Have you eaten yet? What is on your menu for lunch for today? Last night, we had clam chowder from this really good, I know this sounds like an oxymoron, really good seafood restaurant in Utah. No, they fly in their seafood daily. Called Market Street. And so we did takeout. Their clam chowder is like the most amazing in the world. And then Caesar salad and this really yummy like sourdough bread. That was dinner last night. That is also lunch today. So that is what I'm having for lunch. Not the most healthy thing, but oh, so good. So, so good. All right, so February is back. And then this is back. Always try to get things put away because then if not, I lose them. All right, so February in the news. This will go in here like that. And then this will go right on there like that. Aha! That's kind of a way I can hide some of that color that I always struggle with, right? So if you always feel like your news photos, or really any photos, maybe you feel like some of your photos don't really match some of the product that you want to use, well, that's a way to kind of hide it. Hiding, you can still pull those out. All right, so the things on my list in February. I am going to grab a little bullet stamp because this will be a run-on list. Run-on list, meaning that run-on list would be, so this would be like a bulleted list, okay? Trini said, is your chamois wet or dry to clean the stamps? Wet. Now, not soaking wet, but you want to like wet it, get it really wet in the sink, and then wring it out so it is wet. Yeah, you want it wet. Otherwise, it will be like a petrified piece of wood. It would look kind of like that. Yeah, it'll be too hard. You won't get things clean at all. So yeah, you want it wet. You want it wet. All right, so this would be more like a bulleted list. This would be an example of a numbered list, but a run-on list would be like this, or I am just writing and then putting some kind of bullet in between each of the things that I write. So it's like a run-on sentence that just goes on and on and on. This is like a run-on list that just goes on and on and on. Okay, so I think I'm going to use just the plain Jane. This is also from the original Bullets and More, so the Bullets and More stamp set. And I'm just going to use the little circle, just so that we can, it'll just kind of speed things along if I just use a little circle. Stephanie eats at Market Street when she's in Utah for business. Yes, so good, so good. Oh, Anne said we had a shamrock shake, fries, and a Filet-O-Fish. Not healthy either, but once every 6 months is okay. Shamrock shake, you wanna like a way to my heart, a shamrock shake, or really, you really want a way to my heart? A Oreo mint blizzard from Dairy Queen. I love like the whole mint. So shamrock shake is right up my alley, but I think they only do those like once a year, right? I think they only do those once a year. Okay, so here we go, bullet stamp. There's my little thing, and I'm gonna start writing. So on my list of things that hit my radar in February in the news, remember, no commentary, just the facts. Taylor Swift was the first person to win Album of the Year 4 times. She beat person to win Album of the Year 4 times. Beat Frank Sinatra. Whether or not you like Taylor Swift, and this is just not commentary, after she was awarded that, Frank Sinatra's kids, I think, posted on social media and congratulated her because Frank Sinatra had held that record until Taylor Swift did, which I thought was kind of cool. Cool of his kids, right? All right, so when you look at my photos, there's Taylor Swift accepting the Grammy. She won, I think, multiple Grammys that night. I can't remember. Grammy. No, not a Grammy. It wasn't a Grammy. What was it? What's the I don't know. Grammy. Yes, Grammy. Thank you. Grammy. Grammy. Okay. I think Carmen is talking about Dave Matthews songs. Yes, Satellite and Crash. There's a Christmas one that they do. Oh my goodness, I love it so much. Okay, next up. King Charles III. Right? Third. Diagnosed with cancer. There were record-breaking rains in California. Oh my gosh, can you hear that? One of our dingbat neighbors. Like, seriously, dude, that thing is so loud. I don't know if you could hear that. It's one of those stupid, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. It's one of those motorcycles that makes a lot of noise and goes really fast. I shouldn't say that it's stupid. I just am not a fan of loud motorcycles that go through my neighborhood. Toby Keith. And I'm sure there were more people. David Soul passed away. Toby Keith, country singer. David Soul. Dukes of Hazzard, right? Dukes of Hazzard. More often done lemon glaze. Oh my goodness, Wanda, that sounds amazing. So there's Toby Keith in one of my photos. Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl. Now there's 3 things on my list related to the Kansas City Chiefs. Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl. I got to mark these off as I do them because I'm going to jump a little bit. The Super Bowl, very interesting. Super Bowl had the most TV viewers since the moon landing in 1969. And you know what the theory is behind that? Taylor Swift. Because Taylor Swift is dating Travis Kelce, wide receiver, running back. I don't remember. Anyhow, one of the really good players on the Kansas City Chief team, and so the thought is that a lot of people have been drawn to football, or were drawn to football in the 2023-24 season, 2023 season, I guess, because of that. Another thing related to that, there was a mass shooting at the where is this? Super Bowl parade. So these are just things that hit my radar from the news. They may not hit your radar. You may have a totally different list. You may have only good things that happen. Oh, look at my hair there. Sorry that you get a full-on shot of my roots there. It's just because I'm bending down and writing. Let's see. Putin critic Navalny died in prison. I have a photo of him over here. Alabama ruling that frozen embryos are human, affecting and actually threatens IVF, in vitro fertilization. All right, so I've just moved over to the back side, and for the sake of time, I'm going to stop my list there. I will continue that later off camera because I still have things on my list. One of the things on my list is this woman. This woman, her name is Ruth Gottsman. I don't know how you say her name. She donated $1 billion, with a B, $1 billion to the New York, I remember the name of the school, medical school in New York. That $1 billion makes it so the students, the medical students, do not pay tuition. So that's one of the other things that hit my radar. All right, so like I said, I will finish off my list on the back side there off camera. And we'll just go ahead and get this finished here. We'll pull off, I've talked about a couple of different ways. This is a giant sticker, so I'm just pulling that off. Talked about a couple of different ways in the past that you can try to work with colors in your photos that maybe aren't working with, what you want to use. Like sometimes if you have a lot of browns in your photos and it's not really working with any of your products, sometimes I will change the color of the photos all to black and white, because then you can kind of work around some of those colors that might be a little bit harder to work around. Actually, you know what we can do? Let's do just the facts. Perfect. We have a little word strip here that says just the facts, and that will fit right in that little box perfectly. Right there. Okay, now what was I saying? Oh yeah, you can change the colors of your photos to black and white. You can kind of hide them a little bit if you want. But a couple of different ways that you can work around maybe some colors that don't necessarily work with the product that you want to use or with what you kind of had in mind. All right, just the facts right here. There we go. Okay, so that is in the news for February. And that is going to go right here. So I need to round the outer corners, the left corners. And then because this guy is, I better outline too, maybe. Just because this guy is going on that left page. So one thing that's a little bit of a bummer here, yep, it's down. I actually ended up putting that a little bit too high because, a little bit too low, too high. This would have been better down a little ways because my photos are high, but that's okay. It is what it is. That is a really sticky sticker. And so it is not coming off. It's not moving unless I used undo or something like that, but I won't mess with that right now. It's fine, right? It's fine. All right. So because it has to sit here and we don't want gravity to kind of pull that up because it kind of has to round that corner, I'm going to go in again with the double-sided tape, my little score tape. We want to go that inner edge. We'll just do the whole thing while we've got it out. Did you guys tell me about lunch? I probably just didn't, I probably just wasn't looking. When I ask questions and then I get too carried away into what I'm working on. I get too carried away and I forget. Oh, speaking of getting carried away, we have a couple prizes today, right? We always do giveaways. Always do giveaways. The way that you participate in the giveaways, you leave a comment on the video when it's over in the comment section. So not here in the chat. Not here in the chat, comment section when the video is over. And before we are together again next Saturday, that morning, I will come in and I will pick 2 random lucky winners to win the prizes. So prizes are, one is that List Builder travel stamp set that I used on that last list. That guy, List Builder Travel. The other one, kind of in preparation for a bunch of new products coming next Friday, a $25 little gift card, discount coupon code, whatever you want to call it, to spend on whatever you want on my website. So leave a comment on the video when it's over. Some point between when it's over today and next Saturday morning, and I will announce those 2 winners next Saturday morning as part of the festivities. But then I will also have lots of prizes, lots and lots and lots of prizes next week, next Saturday, when we're doing our all-day celebrating. Okay, let me get this cleaned up, and then we will move on to our last list. Our last list for today is spring projects. Okay, these are just spring projects that we need to get done around the house. So this is kind of a little bit more of a functional list. Although it can still be fun and cute, right? And it really is written on another piece of paper too. But again, it's kind of a fun time capsule. What did I do with that? I've got so many, oh, here we go. This stack of stamps here. All right, so spring projects, things that we need to get done around the house this spring. Now, you may have spring projects that you do the same every year. Like you might have a spring cleaning list that you always like to do, like maybe change the filters on the furnace and rotate the mattress and things like that. Why does this one, oh, there it is. Or you may have, you know, just different things that you like to do. I don't know. That one doesn't have a little, it's funny. Again, there's that motorcycle guy. Sorry about that. That's very annoying to me. He's disturbing the peace. If that was my kid, I'd tell him to walk it out. Like, you walk that, it's not a kid though, it's an adult. If that was my husband, I'd be like, listen here, you walk that out of the neighborhood. All right, get those put away. Okay, so spring projects. We did a similar-ish list, although this one is different, kind of. We did, I'm going to say maybe this is in seasons. Let's see. This is the original idea book, spring 2029. I think it's in spring 2029. Would it make sense to be there? No. So then where would it be? Now where would it be? To do 78, maybe? If it's not there, then it's somewhere. Obviously. Oh, there we go. A spring cleaning list. So this could be a list that I refer to every year. I did this one in March of 2021. This could be, oh my gosh. No, March of 2020. Sorry, never mind. That was a year later. But March of 2021. This is something that hopefully the things like on this list are probably things that we do kind of every spring, right? Like clean out the fridge, purge the pantry, flip the mattress, things like that. So you could have an ongoing list that you refer to every year. But you also could have now a list right now. Maybe it has some of these things on it, but maybe it has other things on it too that need to be done because it's just that time of year. All right, so for this list, I am going to use the, Yes, this is Nick's list. I know. We need to be like, Nick, we're on your list now. Okay. So, I'm going to just dip my toe into the Fresh Air collection from Simple Stories. I will use this, no, not Fresh Air. Oh, I pulled the wrong collection. Okay, hold on, friends. Sorry. I pulled out the wrong collection to use, so I just need to find where Fresh Air is. There it is. There it is. I will use Fresh Air today, just a tad, but then I will use Fresh Air next week also as one of our lists on our big day-long celebration. Okay, so I know I want to use paper pad. Let me see here. Die cuts. Oh, I feel like we have to use. Yes, we need to use. Okay, we're going to use some of the die cuts and the paper, pattern paper. Paper pad. Let's see. This is a one-page list. And I need to be thinking about a list that I'm also doing next week. So. Because I know what that is. Oh, I know, this would be cute. Look at that little house. I'll use the little house. These are the die cuts, the bits and pieces from Fresh Air. So if I use the little house, now that will kind of dictate, ooh, what about that? That would be cute. That little is the background, right? That guy might have to go at the top. I need to figure out what my title is. This guy, well, I'll explain that in a minute, but I think that's the paper that we want to use. I think, oh, no, I don't want to use yellow. I'll probably use yellow next week. Or this guy. Oh yeah, that's what we want to use. All right, so bits and pieces from Fresh Air and the 6x8 paper pad. This should be a pretty quick list, I think. We'll see. We shall see. All right, so we need to start out by trimming our pattern paper to 4 3/4. So it will be 4 3/4 by 8. I always do 4 3/4 by 8. Well, it's already 8, right? Because it's from a 6x8 pad. But I always do 4 3/4 as the base because that gives me a nice white border all the way around. Because this is 8.25. My insert is 8.25. That's really bugging me. You know what's going to happen. You know I'm going to have to get some undo out and take that pocket off because it's just too high. It's just going to bug me. All right, so this guy's going to go over here. It will also be, I'm going to work on it off the page because it'll just be a lot easier just because I'm at the end and it just make it a little bit harder to work there. So we need our little white cardstock again. We've got this piece still left over. I think that one would work great. There's my pencil. Probably about there. Let's see how wide that makes it so I can tell you what that is. That is about, ooh, it's pretty, about 3 3/4. That little guy is about 3 3/4. And if my little house goes here, it could go like that. This is going to be super simple. I tell you, this is going to be a pretty quick list. And they don't all have to be like crazy, right? They don't all have to be crazy. some lists take longer than others. Look, I didn't even do a like pink border around there or anything. Oh, although, you know what would be fun? I'm gonna go back on that now. I think we need to do a little, I lost two little guys. I think we need to do like a little preppy here. A little preppiness. Like from the preppy handbook. Do you remember that? Like that was a big thing when I was in high school. The preppy handbook, your pink and green. Oh, but, so, I don't want to use olive green on here. I think I'd like to use mowed lawn. I'm going to use mowed lawn. Even though it doesn't really match that door. Olive door. Who has an olive door? We need like a bright green door. We need to use the green because it's St. Patrick's Day. It will match my sweater. Okay, so now, oh my goodness, if I could just keep things, you'd think I'd keep things, oh, here it is, right where I need it. All right, there's my little dauber. And, oh, I need to get mowed lawn. I need to get the mowed lawn. Here we go. Da-da-da. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be mean on a olive colored door. If you have an olive colored door, it probably looks lovely on your home. Nancy, wouldn't it be, I know. Nancy said, wouldn't it be great if they made a mint green? I know. And Tim Holtz is done making colors. He is done making colors in the distress range. Now, I don't know if he'll do something different, but the last distress color was released maybe a month ago. And that is Scorched Timber. So it is the last of the distress colors. So there will be no mint. Wah, wah, there will be no mint. Nick, we are on your list, honey, finally. Do you have all the things done on it yet? That was the deal. By the time you only had the time, you had the time to get it all done. As soon as we started on your list, then you had to be done. So it's all done, right? The windows weren't even on your list. We have a little one story, and so it makes it very easy. Very easy. I don't do it, Nick does. So it makes it very easy to clean the windows. Our last house, yeah, not as easy to clean the windows. But this time of year, I don't know. People do it, but you'd pay a freaking fortune on a window washer because you'd have to have it done like every other day, it seems. But you do it. All right, get it. My hands. I hope I have my nail appointment next week because if not, I'm gonna have to move it up. I'm gonna have to move it up. No, and I'm not. You're not. Oh, you're not doing some of them. Really? That's interesting. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. He probably wants me to do some of them, I'm sure. Like clean out the closet. Yeah, that's still my job. Well, because it's my things that need to get cleaned out. That's an ongoing, ever evolving for me. So I think maybe what I should do, we put that so it's a little bit more centered to the bottom. No, I can't do that. That looks too weird. All right, there we go. There's our little house. I mean, it's not our house. Our house does not look like that. It is not pink. I mean, nothing wrong with the pink house. Can't have a pink house in our neighborhood. We're in an HOA, and so everything has to be, approved. All right, I'm gonna do the outlining though, because that's just part of what we do. So now I've got to figure out where I'm going to put spring projects. Maybe, I don't know. I'm thinking right there, but I'm thinking that might look a little odd. But I kind of have, I'm going to have, okay, here's the issue now with this cute little, this is really cute. 2 cats in the yard, life used to be so hard. Now everything is easy because of you, huh, Carmen? Is that what you were heading with? That? Yeah, I know my lyrics. I know my song lyrics. I don't remember who sang it or what the name of it was, but I know the lyrics. So this cute little pebble path is very cute, but now it's going to cause us a problem. For the same reason it was going to cause us a problem if we put it down here. If we put it down here, our house would be like in the middle of the page because of that little guy. Now, our different problem is that I'm going to have this little trapped white space right here. Trapped white space. Because my list will start here. And if my list starts here, I have this little space here that has nothing in it. There we go. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. I always think, I mean, Young, well, Neil Young is very talented, I don't know what the word is I'm thinking of. But yes, very talented musician, but that he got his name added to the end of that. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and then Young. Our House in the Middle of the Street. That one is Madness, right? Our House in the Middle, I think Madness. No, I don't know. Anyhow, back to the trapped white space. So when I start making my list here, I've got kind of this trapped white space here where I'm going to have this empty space. So maybe that's just by default where the title needs to go. I think it's just what's going to happen. But what I'm going to try to do, this will either work or it won't at all. But even if it doesn't, it's too late because I already started it. I am outlining that die cut. And we will see if we're happy with that or not. But guess what? It is what it is. If we're not happy with it, oh well. Because I'm thinking it might, whoopsie, got a little bit on that fence there. I'm thinking it might help when I write the little title there to have this be outlined. Like watching paint dry. The paint's dry. Okay. Do you cut off the gravel path to help? You could, right? You totally could. You could if you cut off that gravel path, then it wouldn't cause that problem, right? So I could do that. But what I'm going to try to do here is, I'm just going to do this. Spring projects. All right, there we go. It's spring projects. And then I will write my list here. Yeah. So what may be able to help with that a little bit, because it kind of looks like I just put it there, which is what I did, right? What may help with that just a little bit is if I go to, this is when I wish Simple Stories still did not foam stickers. I wish they still did the little puffy stickers. Let's look and see if we can find a low flower sticker to go in there. I think so. Those are all too big. Oh my gosh, that frog needs to get used for something. He's so cute. I won't use it on this list, but that frog is darling. All right, so there's some little flowers, but yellow flower? I don't know, it's kind of big. Let's see if there's anything a little smaller. That's where a puffy sticker would come in handy. There's a pink one that's kind of smaller. Oh, I think that's it. All right, let's look and see if we take this little pink sticker maybe, and could it go maybe there? No, it just looks like I put it there, which is what I did. So we're just gonna leave it. We'll leave it for now. Let's go put this guy back. Put him back on the sticker sheet. And then maybe let's look at, maybe yellow. Let's see what this green looks like. Maybe we just do a cute little border along the bottom. I mean, that's not helping up there, but that's fine. I've moved on from that. So it's cute, but it's kind of mustard. I mean, not mustard, olive, but oh well, it's olive. There we go, olive. Oh, olive. Olive is the name of one of the new stamp sets that's releasing on Friday. It's an alphabet, Olive Alpha. Olive Alpha. Olive is, Olive is named after one of Jack. Jack is our older son. One of Jack, his girlfriend's name is Kat. But Olive is named after one of their cats, Olive. Because we have Reggie, and then there's Olive. Olive Alpha. It's very cute. Well, it's not cute. It's a good alpha. I think you'll like it. I think you'll like it. And I did something fun with it too. But you'll have to see that on Friday. You will see that on Friday. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe our little roof needs a flower on it. Roof. It's like a little clip in its hair. Sure, why not? Why not? The roof has a little flower in its hair. All right, so now we're gonna just do that, like that, and then we're gonna start our list. So, spring projects. This can be a run-on list, and I think I could do a little, I think maybe a little flower. I know there's a house, I know there's a little house bullet, but I think we'll just do flower. We'll just do flower. Flower would be also in, I know there's a number of different flowers across the 3 bullet stamp sets, but I think we'll do just this little one in the bullets stamp set, Bullets and More. So that's the original from the original bullet stamp set. That is so yellow. I've used lots of yellow on that stamp set. So they don't turn yellow. I've just, long story. All right, back to our stamping block, our stylus. I will line that up so my little flowers, it doesn't really matter if the flowers are kind of all in the same angle again or not. I feel like here, let's just use a yellow. Let's use a yellow. Let's use, boo, not mustard seed. Scattered straw, no. Fossilized amber it is. Fossilized amber. Okay, where is that? Here we go. All right, what's on your spring projects list? It could be spring cleaning. It could just be things that you need to get done around the house, and it happens to be spring, so that's on your spring projects list. What is it? What's on your spring projects list? Our spring projects list, you see how I said our, mine and Nick's. Our spring projects list has lots of things on it. This one is Nick. Nick and I always joke. We have things on different sides of the ledger, and the ledger has nothing to do with dollars. Like on Nick's side of the ledger is he takes out the garbage. That's just, I don't want to do it. You do it, especially if it's snowing. That's on your side of the ledger. Making all of our social plans, that's on my side of the ledger. Cleaning out the garage, 100% Nick's side of the ledger, because it's all of his crap. So, yes, cleaning out the garage. Organizing, we'll call it organizing. Organize the garage. That is Nick's side of the ledger. He does not want me to organize the garage, because guess what would happen? I would get rid of all of things. Not all of them, but lots. Wanda said cleaning the windows. Ann said washing the windows. Karen detailing my car, going through paperwork just sitting in boxes that is probably no longer needed, so therefore trash. The window wells. The window wells, yes. Cleaning out the window wells. That is also on Nick's side of the ledger. I will not go near those with a 10-foot pole. So the window wells, in Utah, most houses have basements, and ours isn't like creepy basement. It's like fully just like the rest of our house. So, but you have windows in the basement, so you have window wells, and window wells, even though they have covers on them, like a clear coverish, so like a whole bunch of dirt and snow and leaves don't get in them. Still some things get in there, but sometimes little mice get in there, or maybe there's probably spiders in there. Yeah, I'm not getting near there, but that's a big one. Nick needs to clean out the window wells. Hi, Shannon, nice to see you. How was Hawaii? Pamela has to redo the window screens. Carmen said I do nothing outdoors, so apartment, RV, or condo living for me. Very good. Cherise said still working on my craft room and starting to put in the garden. Oh, so fun, right? Garden, that's that kind of time of year, isn't it? Cleaning out the window wells. That still needs a little bit of time yet. Oh, yes. Purging the guest room closet. That has become a second closet for me. Also has some of Sam's clothing in it and Jack's clothing in it. You know, things like Sam has a suit in there and dress shoes and ties that, you know, he doesn't want to have in his closet at his house, but they're just here. And then a whole bunch of other clothes of theirs that were like, okay, time to get rid of. So that needs to really, that's a big thing. I am going to do something right now because this is going to bug me. I think I know the way to fix that really quickly. That is fossilized amber. So I'm going to come to the watercolor pencils. So these are all of the Distress watercolor pencils. And here is fossilized amber. So I don't use watercolor pencils for watercolor. That's just, I don't add any water to them and do fun mixed media things because that's just not me. But I like to have all of the pencils that are the coordinating colors. If I want to do any coloring in or I want to do any outlining or something like that. Sometimes I will do this. Actually, I might want to sharpen this first. Sometimes I want to do this. Well, first sharpen it. I do have all of the sets of the watercolor pencils on the website. Something stuck in there. Give that, ooh, a little bit more sharpen. And then, oopsie, close that behind me. I am going to outline my title that was in black. I'm outlining it with yellow. All right, so that helps it a little bit. It still feel like it needs something there, but it just kind of is what it is, right? That helps it to not look so, look so stark. All right, now back to our list. Now back to the list. Purge the guest room closet. Another time capsule, right? This is totally another time capsule. Like I always say, so many of our lists are really little time capsules. We need to just general yard cleanup. And then also I want to put in some landscape rocks. In the beds. The flower beds, not the beds in our house. Nick has to condition the butcher block. We have in a certain little area in our pantry, there's a butcher block, counter, so he needs to condition that because you got to do that every so often. We need to finish the pantry shelves. We put like a treatment on the pantry shelves and kind of finish that. Clean the bathroom lights. Actually, I know he's done that one. We have these kind of cool glass lights that hang down in our master bath, and they just get grody. They get dusty and they get hairspray just from being in the air on them. So that's gotta get that one done, right? Let's see. Hi, Susan. Let's see. I'm missing some conversations, I think. Jerry is my emotional support skeleton, is in your closet. Okay. Oh, clean the bathroom lights. Here's another one that's good springtime. Clean the fan blades, like the ceiling fan. So I saw something really cool, a really cool way, if you have those in your house, to clean those. You take a pillowcase, maybe like an older pillowcase that you don't sleep on, although you could wash it. And you put the pillowcase over the blade, and then you slide the pillowcase off the blade. And then that brings all the dust from the blade on the ceiling fan into the pillowcase. I thought that was kind of smart. So we've got to try that. actually Nick did clean, but then I'm like, you cleaned all 5 ceiling fans in the house? And he said 5. And then I reminded him of one he forgot. So cleaning the fan blades. Oh, this is another one. Clean the window sills inside. They just get kind of yucky. They just get a little yucky. Lots of cleaning, right? Hang. Oh, I wonder if he did that. Maybe he did. Hang drying rack in laundry room. I think he found it. This really cool one that you can attach to the wall that is in like a little, and it just folds out. It's kind of cool, this little drying rack. Clean the drying rack in the laundry room. This back patio. Back patio, we just need to get it ready for spring. Ready for warm weather. Like take off all the patio furniture covers, clean everything, and yeah. What else do we have here? Did I do yard cleanup? I think I did yard cleanup, right? Yard cleanup. Last one. Oh my gosh. That guy is back again. Sorry. Deep clean both fridges. So, refrigerator in our kitchen, obviously, but there's also a refrigerator in the garage, like a drink fridge, and it just, needs to be deep cleaned as well. All right. Yeah, Nancy and Carmen, that, like the pillowcase. So, on the ceiling fan, haven't tried it. I'm going to try it. Well, I'll let you know how it goes. I will report back. All righty. So, here we go. Let's put this little guy back, and now we just kind of have room for a date. And I'll just, I'll use a little date stamp. But pretty simple, right? Simple list, quick list. There you go. Using fresh air. All right, so I think we won't use black. Maybe we'll use our yellow, but we better try it. We better test it. I still have a little bit of black on there. We better clean that because the black will, do we have sound breaking up? Oh, goodness. What's going on there? Hold on. Yeah, whoa. I see that too. Okay, well, I don't know. Date stamp? You're not gonna be able to hear me. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening. I don't know why. Don't know why. Well, let's do this. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, I'm back. I see. Okay, look at here. I was writing a note to you. My note to you was not sure what's happening. Time to finish up, I guess. Leave comment on video when done for prizes, list builder travel stamp, and a $25 gift certificate to my website. All right. Well, you got that. So let me just do my little date stamp here, and then I'll flip the camera, and then we'll call it. Okay. Let me get my date stamp done. And then we will call it a day. I think that's the universe saying, hey, lady, it's time to be done. Or the guy on the motorcycle in the neighborhood caused that, right? All right, there we go. There we are. There is our little list. I know, I did nothing. I did nothing. Who knows what's going on there? All right, so let's go ahead and get our little adhesive on here, and I'll flip the camera and we will call it. Oh, pencil doesn't need to be in there with us. Okay, friends. So there we have it. We did 4 lists today. We did spring projects. We did in the news for February. We did travel bucket list, and we did my recent Google searches. Okay, let's turn off these lights, flip the camera. Just a couple dates to remember. I will be doing actually this coming Wednesday, which will be the 20th, I'll do a What's New Wednesday with the Simple Stories collections, the new Simple Stories collections. So just beachy summer snapshots, the color palette, simple vintage color palette, and what's the last one? I don't remember. Anyhow, there are 4 new Simple Stories collections. I will do, pack your bags, travel. So I'll do What's New Wednesday with those 4 collections. Friday the 22nd kicks off big 3-day celebration for our 4-year listing anniversary, my 5-year Layle by Mail anniversary. So Friday morning, the 22nd, starting at 8 a.m. Pacific time, I will do a live here on YouTube showing you all of my new products, the new idea book, the March release of stamps, 3 new metal die sets, and some other fun things. So stay tuned for that. And then next Saturday, the 23rd, we will do another all-day listing session. So an email will go out Monday meaning the 18th, so 2 days. Just kind of talking about all those things. You'll see another email Wednesday about What's New Wednesday. Well, probably not. I'll put it in the Monday email. Then you'll see an email Thursday about listing and then all the festivities. So just stay tuned next week. If you don't get any emails, just go to the blog. Go to laylebymail.com and click on blog, and you'll see all the information. But if you're not getting emails, then just go to the website and sign up for emails, and then you just know. All right, friends. I think yes, and any of that, if you can't watch any, including the live on Friday, because I know that's early, but it's going to coincide with something. So it's going to coincide with something that's going to kick off that morning. So if you can't make any of them live, you can always catch the replay. Thanks for joining me today, guys. Sorry about the little technical difficulties at the end there. I have no clue what that was. No clue. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend, a great rest of the week, and I hope to see you either Wednesday or Friday or next Saturday. And if not, I hope to see you sometime here on the interwebs soon. Thanks for watching. Oh yeah, one last thing. If you haven't thumbs up yet, please thumbs up. Super helpful. Thanks for watching, guys. Bye-bye.